Council has been re-established by the recent passing of Anne Woodford. Anne served with distinction as an MP and leaves behind an enduring legacy as a public servant. Sadly, this is another example of public servants like Joe Cox and David Amos before her who have lost their lives in such terrible circumstances. My heart goes out to all their families and friends. As a council, we must be respectful of the ongoing criminal investigation and be careful not to prejudice that process. But I would ask council to join me now in standing, if you are able to do so, to observe a 1 minute silence in memory of Anne. Thank you. Please be seated. Can I remind members to put their mobile phones on silent, please? I'd like to welcome everyone in the public gallery to the meeting today. Can members of the public present please also ensure that their phones are on silent, and if they are filming or recording the meeting, they do so in a way that does not disrupt our council business. I'd also like to remind everyone present that this is a meeting of the council held in public, and whilst it is open to the public to attend, it is not a public meeting. As a gentle reminder, due to the ongoing building works to County Hall, please note that copies of fire evacuation procedure plans are available in the council chamber and public gallery. I ask everyone takes time to consider these and note that there is no planned fire drill today. Should there be a fire alarm, please follow the instructions of staff and security. Our assembly point is the cenotaph. Visitors have also been provided with visitors' badges with a summary of information on the back. Please can you hand the badges back to officers when you leave the building? Thank you. The first item on the agenda is to receive apologies for absence. In advance of the meeting, apologies have been received from Councillors Aitchison, Dawson, Farmer, Gledhill, Hunter, Lowe and Riddler. Are there any further apologies to note? Thank you. The next item is member declarations of interest. Will members declaring an interest please identify themselves and their interest clearly and complete the usual yellow form before the end of the meeting. This, for your information, is the yellow form. Firstly, are there any disclosable pecuniary interests to be declared? Are there any other interests to be declared? Thank you. There are no exempt items before us today, so we will move straight on to item 4 on the agenda, which is to receive and confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 17th of June. Are these minutes moved? Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Are the minutes seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. All in favour? Thank you. That is carried. Item 5 on the agenda is Mayor's Communications. I have enjoyed attending and hosting a number of events over the last few weeks. I attended a visit to the West Yorkshire History Centre with a number of colleagues. I think we all had quite an enjoyable time of that. I also welcomed 11 students from Mackie Hill School to the Town Hall for a tour of the Mayor's Parlour and the Old Courtroom, which included the cells. The students and teachers really enjoyed their visit, and we have received positive thanks and feedback. I was also proud to attend the Wakefield Armed Forces Day at Pontefract Park. We also hosted students from Outwood Academy who were given a tour of the Mayor's Parlour, followed by them observing the Mayor conducting a citizenship ceremony. I enjoyed attending the Licorice Shoots community event in Pontefract, followed by the Ossick Gala in the afternoon. I also visited His Majesty's Prison in Wakefield for a celebration of award-winning healthcare within the prison. I also attended Yorkshire Sculpture Park to give awards for children in care, which was quite enjoyable. And finally, I attended Leeds Minster for the Leeds Rifles Service of Remembrance, remembering the action they fought, which was called Bliney Sunday, where the regiment received the Croix de Guerre from the French president, which is the highest honour France can bestow upon a military unit. And then it was back to barracks for beer and curry. Thank you. Moving on, item 6 on the agenda. Members will see that there is a deputation before the Council today. 2 members of the deputation may address the Council for a maximum of 5 minutes in total. The deputation is not for debate. Members can only seek clarification on the matters raised if any is needed. Please, could the speakers for the item come forward to present their deputation? Mr. Rafiq and Mr. Brammer, you are aware of what can and cannot be included in your deputation. I understand you have been in communication with the Chief Legal Officer and her staff about this, and the wording has been agreed. I would like you to be aware that I will not tolerate you going off script. If you do so, I will intervene and stop you. Please present your deputation.
Assalamu alaikum. May the blessings of Allah and God be upon everybody. My name is Nasser Rafiq. I'm here to do a deputation for civic recognition of Eid and other festivals. Equality, duties, transparency and community cohesion are an essential function of elected officials and this council. And I'm trying not to make it a political, but it's important that councillors and council make decisions which promote good relations between all different communities. No communities are more important than others. The United Kingdom and Britain consist of lots of different communities. The world is an international place. It's important to give everybody civic reception. And when people are elected into council as councillors, they have an extra duty because the council has a legal duty. And the legal duty is to foster good community relations between people and to value. Not to tell one community that they're celebrating the Eid festival or not celebrating different types of festival is there. Whether you're Muslim or not Muslim, you are an important part. The Muslim population in the world is 1 in 8 people. So, and also we have a large Jewish community, we have a large Christian community, people of non-faith, all different communities. Everybody contribute towards civic pride. So what my colleague will finish up. I'm going to request to this council that the councillors and especially the officers, we work within the law, and equality law 2010 tells us what we need to do and the characteristics. What equality law does needs promoting and not using words such as this is the woke agenda, because that's disrespectful to any communities. So I would say everybody watches their languages and once you're elected in office, respects equality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to pick up on that. Thank you, Nessa, for bringing this to the Council. I think it's an important discussion that needs to be had. I think it's important to ask the question about why it's important to do things like lighting up the town hall clock during Eid, to respect Eid and to respect the community, the Muslim community of Wakefield, and what that does. Because what that does, it makes every part of that community feel part of Wakefield, and it recognises the contribution that they've made to Wakefield over the decades that they have been here, both to the economy, to civic life, and to building the NHS and so forth. I guess that the answer that we will receive is that we're no longer doing gesture politics, and that is what I have heard already said. Now, I think what the council needs to recognise is that all politics are, in essence, a gesture. It may be a positive gesture, it may be dog whistles to certain communities, and it might be a two-fingered salute of disrespect for people. And it's important that we recognise that. And it's important that we recognise the contribution of the Muslim community, but also we recognise the contribution of the lesbian, gay and transgender community in this district. So things like Pride, removing their cultural grants is disrespectful as well, in my view. And removing the cultural grant, for instance, from the Mela, which represents the Muslim community and the Asian community in Wakefield, is also disrespectful. And, you know, we talk about gesture politics. What bigger gesture is there in the middle of the biggest heat wave in Europe, when Bordeaux is burning, to undeclare the climate emergency? Everybody in this room today is sweating away because of the climate emergency. So what councils say and what councils do is important. The gestures that they make are important, and they are not accidental, these gestures. To disrespect the Muslim community, to disrespect the Asian community, to disrespect the LGBT community is a dog whistle. And in terms of the gestures that I spoke about in terms of the environment, probably the biggest gesture that was ever made was a king called King Canute, who felt he could hold back the tide and believed he could hold back the tide. But there was a force of nature against him. And there is a force of nature in the climate, and there's a force of nature in our communities as well, which is for integration and is for unity. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Rammer. Clarification questions from the councillors. Councillor speak. Sorry. Councillor speak.
All right.
Can you turn the microphone off in the centre, please? Hi, lovely to meet you both in the chamber. Thank you for coming as well today to bring what you're passionate about, obviously. But is there a specific thing that you're actually worried about of why you've actually brought it in today? Is there a reason for this here today? Also,
Councillor Speaker, that's not a clarification of what's been said.
I was lost in, is there something specific that, why is it here now and it's always not been here before? Does that make sense?
Yeah, go on.
I've got one more question. Can I ask that as well? Yeah.
Thank you. So the point of a deputation under the council procedure rules is for somebody to come and bring something to council's attention. It's not for debate or discussion here. So if they've not asked us for something specific, they've not asked us for something specific. The questions, and this is a statement directed at all members, they only can be for clarification of anything that they did say, not for clarification of anything that they didn't.
Another question, obviously the second one I was going to ask, has there been some funding withdrawn that we're unaware of for them events?
Well, as far as I'm aware, in terms of cultural grants, the cultural grants are not available to Pride this year and are not available to the Asian Mela this year. That's far as I understand.
So again, the point of the deputation is to bring it to the attention of council. Under the procedure rules, it will stand adjourned to the chief executive, and the question that you've just answered can be answered by the chief executive, because I don't think what's been said is factually accurate, but all councillors will get a factually accurate response from the chief executive.
Councillor Dodd. Councillor Ayoub.
My point, well, firstly, thank you, Nisar, and I feel like you should be in the chamber more often. And walaikum salam, and thank you for that gesture as well. What I'd like to know is our clarification on what is the long-term impact of what's happening at the minute with what you're proposing, or what you're telling us.
Councillor Ayoub, that's not appropriate.
Can you clarify why that's not appropriate? I'm asking for the impact of what's been said today, or clarifying.
So again, clarification is to pick up on anything that was said, not to ask what wasn't said. Had the deputation wished to pick up on the impact, it no doubt would have done so.
Does that mean we can't answer it? All right, okay. I think the long-term impact is Belfast when we lose cohesion.
On clarification another time, but my question is, you've mentioned specific issues like LGBT funding, or the mailer and stuff like that. What's the historical funding of those things over the, it's a clarification. Do you want to, shall I pull up the dictionary definition of clarification? It's just a simple question. My point is there historical, we know one of
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Mr Mayor, you are in charge of this meeting, you chair this meeting, you determine points of interpretation. Clarification in these circumstances, as I've said twice before, relates to something that was said, not something beyond what was said to ask questions about. That's not what's in the rule, it's not the point of this. My advice to you, Mr Mayor, is not to allow that question. It should not be answered.
They asked a question and the reply is simple. 2010 Equality Act tells this council what needs to be done.
Item 7 on the agenda is to consider the Leader's report. The Leader will present his report and has up to 10 minutes to do so. There are a further 20 minutes allocated to respond to any questions or brief comments relating to the report or any other matter relating to the Leader's role and responsibilities. Councillor Johnson.
Good afternoon. My report for July focuses on the 10 major priorities our administration has set out. It reacts to the appointment of our new Prime Minister and provides updates on key things happening in the Council and across the district. Now, we've all been hugely shocked by the appalling death of Anne Whitcomb. Such violence has no place in our society. We've sadly seen this can affect all political parties, with the shocking murders of Joe Cox and Sir David MS in recent times. And it is a threat to our democracy. We remember Anne as a principled, passionate and formidable character, whatever side of the chamber you was on. Someone who always stuck by her convictions and an unforgettable personality who had a great sense of humour. A book of condolence has been set up in Wakefield Town Hall for anybody who wants to share their sympathies with Anne's friends and families at this difficult time. So let's get on to our priorities. One of the biggest steps we can take for our residents, businesses and partners is to have a clear plan which everyone in our district can get behind. That's why Cabinet approved our top 10 priorities for 2026-27 on 21st of July. These will drive a series of practical improvements that will make a real difference to the lives of our residents. Everything we do is about putting local people first and focusing on what matters most to our communities. Whether that's getting a proper grip on our finances, investing in our roads, or improving the management of our city and town centres. We're launching a new economic growth plan, developing plans to better support young people, not employment, education or training, young people. Integrating our neighbourhood management to bring decision making closer to local communities. It's about local people. Plus, we're looking to up our game on how we maintain our environment and refocus our climate activity. Reviewing plans for the Cathedral Quarter and accelerating regeneration in Castleford. And transforming adult social care. These are the priorities our residents want us to focus on. Everyone across the council has a part to play in helping to deliver these, and you'll be receiving regular updates from the programme throughout the year. Andy Burnham has become our new Prime Minister, and I will always wish anybody well, wherever they sit on the political spectrum, especially when they take up such an important role. The government's success is central to the country's success and to Wakefield's success. The Council will work constructively with national government and where in its best interests, but we will also hold it to account. But the early indications about what the new Prime Minister is going to focus on here really aren't promising. No signs of proper action to reduce the crushing tax burden workers and businesses take every day in our district. Tinkering around the edges of the cost of living without a proper plan to generally tackle the pressure people in Wakefield are living with every day. And no strategy to reduce our massive welfare bill, proper resource our armed forces or secure our borders. Without a government actively trying to face up to these big structural challenges, pressure on essential public services and local businesses will only get worse, as will be seen. In positive news, one of our priorities we're working at pace is to get Wakefield and Castleford regeneration, and we're locked in and looking at these plans at speed. Carrying out an in-depth review of a Cathedral Quarter master plan for the city centre is a key priority for our new administration. We said residents would get the opportunity to have their voices heard before any final decisions are made, and we meant it and we've done it. More than 1,000 people have already contributed to our public engagement about the ridings and either dropped in or done this online. There is still time to make your voices heard before this process ends on the 2nd of August, and I invite everybody in the district to do so. We want to hear your voice. We're also looking at pace to appoint a new strategic regeneration partner for Castleford. It's taken way too long for residents and businesses. Promises have been made and not kept, and we need to listen, match the level of ambition and up our game on delivery. That starts now. The new regeneration partner will help us with that, bringing in expertise and help us deliver the vision we need to capitalise on the great strengths of the town of Castleford. It has a bright and prosperous future to look forward to, and is the first step in realising that. And you have my promise, we will be working at speed for Castleford. We've inherited a council estate that has fallen into a state of disrepair. The condition of County Hall and Woolley Hall are two very stark examples of this. We're going to take proactive steps to do the right thing for the local taxpayers and help safeguard the heritage of our district. At Cabinet on 21st of July, we approved essential repair work to County Hall. After years of neglect, the cost of this work has risen to over 14 million. It would have been significantly less had this been properly gripped, probably even a decade before. Issues with roof leaks and damp were identified in 2019. Options were considered for refurbishment projects, but they were never delivered. Minor work has now turned into a major investment with money we just do not have and we're having to find. Woolley Hall is desperately also in need of a new owner. Years of inaction have seen this historic building deteriorate, and we're now working to secure the future of this. Now, this summer, I'm going to be busy over the summer visiting communities across the district. I'm sure as you're aware, you're seeing I'm going around. I've got Nottingham planned, Hemsworth, I've been to South Kirby, and I'll continue visiting all 21 wards because you are all priorities of this council. The Leaders' Budget Efficiency Programme will be starting to scrutinise the financial position across the council. We're going to be looking at ways to spend money more wisely, examining how we can work more efficiently and reviewing our borrowing and debt. Let's improve all areas. We're kicking off a summer of action. Work is starting to clean up our streets, improve roads and make our city centre safer. And I thank officers and all council workers who are doing this at speed. It's all part of supporting local business to have a great summer and to make Wakefield a more inviting place and the merry city it should be. Part of supporting that momentum across the district is our great programme of local events, including Wakefield Exchange. There's lots for everyone to enjoy over the next few months, and much more will be coming. Arts, music, comedy, and let's not forget in October, Wakefield Beer Festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Are there any comments or questions on the Leaders' Report? Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I understand that you have recently refused a request from the Council's LGBT+ staff community to fly the Pride flag on the Town Hall during Pride next month. This refusal was not a policy decision, as there had been no change to policy since the last administration approved a similar request many times over. We've also heard this afternoon how other recent decisions by the Council have inflamed feelings in vulnerable communities within our district. So my question to the Leader is, for what reason was this request refused, and how does the Leader think petty and antagonistic actions like this will make Wakefield an attractive employer of choice to LGBT community members and their allies, bearing in mind that we are already grappling, and the Audit Committee has registered as high risk, our difficulty in recruiting and retaining key staff?
Thank you for the question, and I will reiterate my response that I gave last month. In May, we came in here with a resounding response with 58 councillors. The policy is the policy, and we have made that decision. It is not the council to be funding or putting flags up. We have got our policy, and that is what we will be sticking to. In regards alienating people is what you're trying to say. There is no other party but the Green Party that does that. Let's bring this one round. Finn Nelton, was it Welton? Finn Welton, your Green Party member, who attended Hellraiser Records in the ridings and then gave a 0 rating because our members, the deputy leader of our party, went in there to try and speak to them regarding their business. So he decided to give them a 0 rating. I have other members of your party and other parties who think it's right to put pictures of myself, my partner, my house, my car, my company's house, my address, and think that is right. If that's not inciting things, I do not know what is. For 10 years, the Labour Party had anti-Semitism. Yesterday, the Green Party had a guillotine put next to our leader. I would suggest for people who ignore democracy is yourselves. So in answer to your question, I have answered it quite clearly. Our party will do what we have set out in our manifesto, and will do so because we have got the public who have voted us in, and we are going to do what we've demanded.
To be clear, my question was about how actions like yours make the council an employer of choice to members of vulnerable communities. It's not been answered.
I think it's quite clear that we are a business orientated and we are for everybody. How you interpret it, that is how you interpret things. Just as we've seen for the last 2 or 3 months in how you do not interpret an election result.
Are there any more questions?
Councillor Ayub, Councillor Ahmed.
Councillor Ahmed.
My question's about the consultation process on the ridings, and I think all of in the council chamber welcome the involvement of the public inside the consultation process, and it's good to see that around 1,000 people have participated in this. But I just think, and I asked this same question to the councillors before that was sat there as well. As it stands today, there's uncertainty for those people living in those flats, who've made that their home, and those you know this, you're a business owner yourself, people who've invested a significant amount of their family wealth or whatever towards them businesses in the ridings. What is the message to those people in those premises and those businesses? Are they secure in their current location, or is there more news to come at a further date which will change those things? Just in terms of, and what support will be available if the demolition is to go ahead, if it's not to go ahead, and what time will we receive that clarity for those businesses in there? And the second point I think you made is about, I think it was in response to the question that the Councillor Dodd had, is we all get information sent to us as councillors, which on each person here, loads of information, mainly councillors, and they ask us to share that information. I've had videos, screenshots and stuff like that, and I've not shared any of those things because I don't know the context, number one. I don't know if there's something behind it, and I think people here in this council chamber, from wherever they are, should think once or twice before sharing that information of anybody's house or anything like that, or family members, because we've chosen to be here. We're expecting to have a little bit of stick, a little bit of banter, but those people behind us, family members, they're probably not, some of mine are not even interested in politics. I'm just about forced them to deliver some leaflets for me, you know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is that we can't have a situation where we have to set an example at local level and then criticise MPs and other people, because it only takes a few incidences and things get a bit more extreme than they're currently doing at the moment. So I think it's important that everybody reflects. I'm not going to point anybody, including me, on some of the things that we're doing and the messages that we send out, because if we're sending messages out on Facebook or Twitter or whatever it is, then it allows other people to do certain things in there. So it's important that everybody here reflects on what we're doing and look at what we've seen on the national people. I'm not going to get involved, but somebody's actually walked into somebody's house and killed somebody probably for their political views, and that's not acceptable.
I'd just like to say thank you for that question. It's nice. I think we said in May that let's keep this to district issues, not national issues. And we're all here, whether you... Look, we had 55, 58, 55 now people elected as Reform councillors. I appreciate that not everybody in here is a Reform supporter. But everybody in here should be a supporter of Wakefield. And we're here for the district. What is not helpful is, I'm going to do point 2 first, because I think it just needs to be said that, look, it's not long ago that, can you remember the word be kind? But how long ago, and how long does it take before that's forgotten? Does it take one of our councillors, or any councillor in here, or an officer walking out there and subject to an assault or a stabbing before all of a sudden, how's that happened? Social media is an amazing thing. But let's be honest, it can also be used. Sometimes people judge things without actually knowing the actual full facts. And I will say again, we was brought in him in May, not by a magic wand, but because people of the district voted in masses for us to be here. And we have got a job to do. And we are going to do it. So please, let democracy run in Wakefield. So I do want to say I completely agree with Mr Hammond on that. And on to the ridings, I appreciate that we are going to discuss things at length in here, and a lot of it could be, obviously Castleford will be very soon, regeneration, but the ridings is an important issue. We are trying very hard to do this at speed. We obviously totally understand that there's a mountain of things. It's okay. I'm being kind. I ain't done that for a while. You know what would happen if I did. Right, so we have got to understand people live in those flats. We have got to put those people first. We've also got businesses, some of them who haven't been in the ridings very long. People need to know what's happening. But it's not as easy as coming into power and going, we're saving the ridings, or it's going down. It's not as easy as that. We promised we would let the public decide, and we've done it at speed. That finishes this week. We will look at everything. We got £17 million. £11 million got paid on the shopping centre. That's fact. That's what's happened. There's no magic wand to take things back. So we spent £11 million. Most of it, in fact all of it, the £70 million, is for housing. It's to try and redevelop Wakefield and make it better. We have to try and now find a way forward that works for everybody and what the district wants. And I do say, one of my members yesterday said, hands up who's actually filled the consultation form out. And not everybody had. I could say that now. Who's filled the consultation form or been online? Get it done. And do it. Because everybody's voice matters. So, yes, I do agree totally what's going to happen. I'm going to spend most of my summer. I might have a few days off. But this Friday, we will get the consultation. I can assure you that it's not just one or two of us. There'll be 3 or 4 of us looking at all these answers, the possibilities, and being open. Does it get knocked down? Does it stay fully open? Do we do an hybrid, where we have a bit above? We will look at what people wanted, and we'll see what the costs are involved, what we can do, and then we will bring it to Cabinet, then to the group, and we will let everybody have a say, just like we have done. So I do appreciate the comment. We are doing what we promised, and we're going to carry on being transparent and doing what people want of us. So thank you for the question.
Councillor Ayotte.
Thank you for that, Mr Mayor. I'm going to try and say what I've got written. Reform has been in office around 2 months. Many of the projects highlighted in your report were inherited from the previous Labour administration, including the Cathedral Quarter regeneration, the Ridings regeneration, County Hall options work, Woolly Hall disposal process, highways investment programmes and existing capital programmes. Labour left you with a balanced budget for 26-27, a multi-year capital programme over 300 million, a Cathedral Quarter and so on. Which projects in your report were initiated? So which projects in your report were initiated by your administration and which were inherited from the Labour administration? That's my first one. Can you publish a delivery plan against your 10 priorities? And which decisions made in your first 2 months will improve residents' lives before the end of this year? And you know, the other point you raised about what the new Prime Minister has done in the first week, you know, I think he's done quite a lot. He's cut VAT on domestic electricity bills from October. He's restored the £2 bus fare cap until the end of 2027. He's announced 340 million to tackle rough sleeping. He's cut business rates for pubs, social clubs and small music venues, so you should be happy. He set out plans to strengthen technical and vocational education for young people. He started work towards a national care service. He's put devolution at the heart of government with the creation of Number 10 North. So I think he's done all right for the first week.
Let's start with number one. There's nothing to laugh about. They spent all this money. Right, so let's start with this. So I want you to what past projects. So shall we start? Property, County Hall, should have cost about £2 million to fix, now 14. Because, as we said, we've never known a roof that fixes itself, it just gets worse. So instead of it being 2 million, it's 14 million. £12 million we could have spent on a lot of other projects. Why? Got some Labour councillors up there. Why? Would you leave your roof wide open? So why leave a grade 1 building to do that? Absolutely disgusting. And people need to know this. Woolly Hall. People say it's crown jewels. Well, it used to be. But if you leave it and it rots and you get roof that's collapsing and everything like that, it gets to the point where it costs so much to look after. What are you going to do with it? We might as well have given it away 10 years ago. It'd have cost us less. Just absolutely. Well, you'd know about that, wouldn't you? Okay, there you go. Yeah, okay. Okay, all right, so, but, look.
Can we just have the leader's reply, please?
So, you're asking. We are having to pick up your mess. And we've... What's going to happen, because we said we won't talk about national, we're going to have to pick up national mess as well soon, because yes, for a week we've had this, we've had that, and you've told me about, oh, I'll be very happy because I've had a cut. No, I haven't. I won't be happy because actually it was 50% not so long ago, and then you did a reduction of 20%, and another thing, it's actually still 15% over what it was a few years ago. So it's just figures, it's just another, here you go, have a little penny sweet, because that's what it is. And where's this money going to come from? That's what's going to be the problem. You know it as well as me. It's the same people doing the same issues as normal, hence why people have had enough. So, budget, Cathedral Quarter. We are not going to be doing what your administration did. I can tell you now there won't be a museum. Who wants a museum? Yet another museum. Who does? We'll go into town and we'll see it and then we'll go back again maybe in a year's time if it changes round. Great business policy. Right? We will make sure that the city centre is something to be proud of. And just asking what we've done, I tell you what, the city centre for the tarmacking, and the tarmac actually in the bricks as well, because we couldn't have civic pride under the last administration because we were spending money on other things. But we have started cleaning up the city centre. And if you look online, people actually appreciate things like civic pride and a city centre. So we're getting it done. And people are starting to come back into the city centre. Police are in there as well. We're going to get the paths washed down. We're going to get the trees down near the ridings and down past British Home Stores. Once we can do, we'll get them cut back a little bit. And we're going to try and get antisocial behaviour reduced as much as we possibly can. And we're going to make a massive difference. And do you know why? Because we now got a set of councillors here who know what they're doing. Thank you.
Councillor Speak.
Hiya. Just a quick question to do with policies. I'm quite new to this as well, so bear with me. Is the flag policy a change of policy? I don't know if it is or not. Maybe that can be clarified for me at some point. And if it is, like reform, 100% I am all for democracy. It's what we've pleaded for in this chamber. And you have got the majority regardless. But if there has been policy changes, it would be nice if democracy did exist and we all got a say on that. It could, you know, it can come into chamber, but I need that clarifying on whether that is a policy change, because I don't know, okay? Number two, if we could have your enthusiasm in Nottingham, please. I know we're going to meet soon, hopefully. We have a town hall with a bad roof. We can't get up there to put the flag on it. We have to try and get the firemen there with all the machinery just to put a flag on top. The roof is damaged. It's causing damage internally. But obviously, in Nottingham, we don't tend to get the look of things getting done. It is a council building. It is run by another a committee based. They've got a lease. But the fact is, as you've just said, roofs don't repair themselves. And I understand that phase now. And we kind of need that in Nottingham to sort our roofs out and our town hall out, and to make sure that our building doesn't end up with another 14, did you say? £14 million repairs, which won't happen in Nottingham. We'll end up just losing it.
Thank you very much. I think the answer to the question...
Councillor Johnson, we don't have any time left for response.
Will you send a written response?
I will send a written response, but we have got a motion regarding the flags coming up, so that was one. And I will look at the roofs, but again, unfortunately, we didn't have balanced budgets, so we'll have to look at it.
So I'd like that written as well. So the question I asked, I don't think that was answered in the statement that Carl Johnson made. If you can write back and tell me which projects in his report were initiated by his administration and which were inherited from the Labour administration.
I did answer it, but I will quite happily answer it, reply to you, not a problem.
To the roads and road maintenance, I don't think that was
We're now moving on to item number 8 on the agenda. Item 8 is to consider Cabinet Member reports. Cabinet members have up to 5 minutes to present their report, and there are a further 15 minutes allocated to enable each Cabinet member to respond to any questions or brief comments on the matters within their portfolio area. Members will need to raise any questions within the correct portfolio report. The Chief Legal Officer will confirm where clarification is needed. Please be aware that if you do ask a question which sits with a portfolio holder who has already reported, we won't be able to reopen this section to allow further questions. However, I am sure that the portfolio holders will respond to those questions by email. I would also advise councillors that the response to questions may be verbal or may be sent to all councillors in writing after the meeting. The first report is from the portfolio holder for resources and property, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to present my Cabinet Member report and update Council on the key issues within my portfolio. This month has been dominated by decisions about our property assets, financial stewardship, governance and ensuring the Council is equipped to meet future challenges. First, County Hall. We've taken the necessary decision to invest in the critical repairs to protect this important historic building. Problems with roof leaks and damp were identified several years ago, but decisive action was not taken, and the condition of the building continued to deteriorate. Areas are now structurally unsafe, and significant investment is required simply to safeguard the building's future. While these works come at a considerable cost, doing nothing is not an option. We are determined to protect this important part of Wakefield's heritage, ensure the building remains safe, and avoid even greater costs to the taxpayer in the future. Turning to Woolly Hall, the decision to take the property to auction is about responsible asset management and protecting taxpayers' money. The Council is currently carrying the ongoing cost of an empty building, including the requirement for 24-hour security. At the same time, we have a pressing need to fund essential repairs to County Hall. It is therefore right that we realise the value of assets that are no longer required for Council operations. The property team has worked extensively to market the site and engage with potential purchasers, but a sale has not been achieved. Taking Woolly Hall to auction now provides the quickest and most certain route to disposal, removing the ongoing burden of security costs while generating a capital receipt that can support our wider asset strategy and investment priorities. Simply put, the choice is straightforward. Continue spending taxpayers' money protecting an empty building, or use those resources to protect County Hall and support frontline services. This is the responsible decision and the right one for residents. Engaging with residents remains a priority. Earlier this month, the Leader and I took part in our first public Q&A session, giving residents a direct opportunity to raise and ask questions on local issues. The volume and quality of questions demonstrated how much people care about our district. The session provided valuable insight, and we intend to make these events a regular feature of our engagement with residents. You can find the recorded session on the Council's Facebook page and YouTube channel, and that went live yesterday. Cybersecurity continues to be one of the most important responsibilities we have as a modern local authority. Over the last year, our systems have successfully blocked more than 200,000 cyber threats every month on average. This reflects the effectiveness of our technology, our commitment to maintaining national security standards, and the ongoing vigilance of both staff and elected members through training and awareness programmes. I'm pleased to report the commercial team has successfully completed the procurement process for a new highways asset management system. This will support more effective planning and management of our investment in roads and highways, ensuring value for money and better outcomes for residents. On financial governance, I'm delighted that the Council's draft statement of accounts was published 7 days before the statutory deadline. This is a significant achievement and demonstrates the hard work of officers and our shared commitment to accountability, transparency and sound financial management. The external audit process is now underway as we work towards securing sign-off later this year. Transparency is also being strengthened through the launch of a new Freedom of Information disclosure log, making previously published responses easy for residents, businesses and stakeholders to access. This will improve openness while reducing duplication and administrative burden. I would also like to recognise the work of our Human Resources team, whose innovative recruitment event for neighbourhood services attracted more than 120 potential candidates. This demonstrates a proactive approach to strengthening our frontline workforce and supporting our local services. And finally, as Deputy Leader, I recently met members of our local motor neurone disease community. Hearing directly from residents and families highlighted concerns around the consistency and speed of support and home adaptations. It was clear that there remains significant variation between different local authorities in both funding arrangements and the pace at which adaptations are delivered. I have therefore written to our Chief Executive to better understand Wakefield Council's current position, identify any barriers that may exist within our processes and explore how we can accelerate the changes required. My aim is simple: to ensure that people living with MND in our district receive the support they need as quickly as possible, enabling them to maintain their independence, dignity and quality of life for as long as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. I commend the report to Council.
Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Ahmed.
My question is in relation to, I think you'll be aware that there was a group that identifies itself as left and abandoned that entered the county hall. I don't know how they entered. It might be a legal process. You might not be able to comment. But you've also mentioned other buildings that are currently owned by the council, which is Woolly Hall, and I believe that they've also entered Bretton Hall as well, which is also council owned as well. So is that correct? Is it that's taken place, and what safeguards are currently in place to ensure that it doesn't happen again? Because I don't know what data is in those places, what exists, and whether it's breaching whatever people's information is in within these buildings, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're right. I've seen the videos. There was a group that entered this building, and I've seen some of them sat in the Mayor's chair. They claim to have entered through an open window. However, this is part of an ongoing police investigation, so I can't comment anymore. There is now 24/7 security on this building, amongst many other buildings as well. Yeah, Woolly Hall, there's security on as well, just because of some of the damage that has happened there. But that's one of the reasons we need to accelerate the disposal of Woolly Hall, but purely because of the cost of security, or one of the reasons anyway, the cost of security. And I'll have to come back to you on Bretton Hall. There is. There is. There is.
Councillor Ayub.
Thank you for your report. I just want to raise a question about County Hall. My understanding is that condition surveys and options appraisals work were commissioned before the elections, so there's a series of options. My other understanding is about 5.9 million was allocated for works to be done to County Hall. And the timeline, there's been a number of reasons for the delays of work, but for the 26-27 budget, that 5.9 million was allocated. Can I ask you, the money that you've proposed to add on top of it, will that be spent in the year 2026-27 or further on?
Yeah, so you're right, the 5.9, nearly 6 million was already allocated, but due to the lack of progress with any kind of repairs, any kind of shoring up that was done to this building, it has significantly deteriorated, so we have had to find an additional £8 million. That won't all be spent within 26-27. It will potentially be a 2-3 year project.
Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas, for your report. Your report covers cyber security. Earlier this week at Audit Committee, it was reported that amongst staff who've not yet done their cyber security training, there is a concern that there are members in this chamber who signed in to say that they'd done their cyber security training, but did not in fact attend, therefore do not know what it is they shouldn't be doing, are at risk of putting the council at risk of ransomware attacks, could end up costing the council many millions of pounds should a ransomware attack occur, could find themselves having to answer for the fact that despite saying they've been trained not to do a thing, they nevertheless did it. What actions is the council taking to ensure that there is no misinformation being delivered by members of this chamber as regards undergoing that extremely important training? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Dodd. I think within 4 weeks of taking office, I asked the question exactly that, which members haven't done the cyber security. I think there were 3 outstanding. Since of those 3 have done the cyber security training.
To be clear, the allegation was that there are members who've signed to say they've done their training, but they didn't do it. So they signed the form and left the room. They did not undergo training, albeit that they have declared that they've done it.
I'm not aware of that. Is there any proof behind the allegation?
It was an allegation made by a member of the staff. I think it's something that needs looking into, so I'm pleased to bring it to your attention. This is an important area of security.
It is, thank you. Yeah, like I said, I wasn't aware of it. If you would get the member of staff to email me with the information.
I think that's for the chair of the audit committee to do, or
Can I just
one
say
of the
Chief
officers to
Executive will do
attend.
that? Chief Executive will do that. Councillor Ayoub.
I think my question's been answered, because when we were asked to do the cyber security, our terminals were disabled until we'd completed the cyber security because of the dangers it would cause. So I would hope that that is looked into and double checked.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Ayoub. As I said, within 4 weeks, I wanted to make sure that all members had completed it, did check with the Service Director for Resources, and was assured that all members have completed that training.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Councillor Thomas. The next portfolio holder is for Adults and Health. Councillor Hyatt.
Mr. Mayor and everybody, good afternoon. I am pleased to present my report as a Cabinet Member for Adults and Health. Our major priority this year is accelerating the transformation of adult social care so that we can continue improving outcomes for older adults and vulnerable residents while making the best use of public resources. Our direction is clear. We want to have more people to remain independent, receive support earlier, and access joined-up care closer to their homes. At the last full council meeting in June, I reported that we had awarded our new telecare contract to Kerian. I'm delighted to confirm that the new service begins today. The transition has been smooth and seamless, with no interruption to the current service users. I would like to thank everyone involved in delivering such a successful transfer. Telecare, digital technology, and specialist equipment can help people remain safe, independent, and confident in their daily lives, and that's what we are focusing on, and this is called practical prevention. Last week, we enjoyed a wonderful Learning Disability Week celebration at Wakefield Cathedral. Around 250 people came together to celebrate achievement, inclusion, and community spirit. The Mary Gibb Learning Disability Award recognized outstanding contributions across our district, with Co-Active Arts named as the overall winner for widening access to the services for people with learning disabilities. I was honored to chair my first meeting of Wakefield Health and Wellbeing Board. For members who are relatively new like me, it's a statutory body under the Health and Social Care Act 2012 and is run by the councils to help join up the health and care for local population. So our board brings together leaders from Wakefield Council, Public Health, Adult Social Care, Children's Services, Mid-Yorkshire Trust, which is our acute care provider trust, and South-West Yorkshire Trust, which is our mental health care provider trust, and West Yorkshire ICB, which is the main commissioner for majority of NHS services in Wakefield. And I'm pleased to report that we have strong working relationships and a shared purpose, and that is to improve health outcomes for our residents. Alongside our established priorities for prevention, early intervention, and reducing health inequalities, I used this important forum to set two further priorities for our district. First is better access to urgent and same-day care, including same-day GP appointments and reduced waiting times in A&E. Second is to shorten the waiting times for planned care, which is the routine outpatient appointments for diagnostics, treatments, and specialist appointments. By working with our NHS partners, this will help improve the care and improve quality of life and reduce avoidable pressures on urgent services. These priorities align closely with national NHS objectives and reflect the concerns residents regularly raise with me in both as my role as a clinical and counsellor. I'm also delighted to report that the board approved Wakefield's neighbourhood health plans, which forms part of the government's 10-year health plan. I'm glad to report that Wakefield is one of 43 national sites selected for the first phase of implementation, placing our district at the forefront of an important transformation in health and care. The purpose of neighbourhood health teams is to bring services more into the community, away from hospitals, closer to patients' homes, and this is to provide a holistic care, including GP services, adult social care, and mental health support under one roof. This can improve the quality of care and support earlier interventions.
Thank you, Councillor Hyatt.
Thank you.
For your presentation.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all the staff for their services as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions or brief comments for Councillor Hyatt? Councillor Hyatt.
Thank you, Dr. Hyatt, for your report. I think for me what's worrying is that when we look at neighbourhoods and neighbourhoods as in community anchors and the partnerships around social prescribing from anchors and hubs, what we find it really difficult is to work with GP practices, and it feels like it's one-way traffic. And it would be really good as the portfolio holder and also owning a couple of practices, see how we can make improvements in that sort of work. I also know that the Eastmoor surgery in St Swithin's, the practice on Eastmoor, I think it was before you took it on, only engaged with the anchor when they was audited externally. They wouldn't entertain the anchor before that. And I think for us to do more preventative work within communities, I think there needs to be more open communication and easy access to GP surgeries for that to happen. And if you could facilitate that, that would be welcomed.
Thank you, Councillor Ayub. Excellent point. I think a couple of things. One, of course, the GP services are commissioned by the ICB, and some aspects of the care, like access and funding, they can do. But certainly in our role as health and well-being boards, we can influence that. And I'm glad to see this neighbourhood health coming. And the main idea behind the neighbourhood health is to work closely with St. Swithin's-like practices so they know what's going on and how can we prevent patients getting ill and how can we manage best in the community. Certainly in my role and having experience of both working as a clinician and counsellor, I would like to work closely with all these areas in future.
Are there any further questions for Councillor Hyatt? Thank you, Councillor Hyatt. The next is portfolio holder for children and young people, Councillor Caden.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm delighted to bring my report to the Council today. And as part of that, in our ongoing work in expanding our SCND capacity in the district, part of which is, of course, the 10 million securing from the DFE for the procurement, opening and commissioning of the Regional Fire Control Centre into a special educational facility. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic space for the district for an additional 120 places. I'm inviting, obviously, all councillors, as I have done already, to go and view that site and see the progress that's going to be going through. Alongside that as well, I was delighted to attend the Oakwood Park School expansion and their opening ceremony and seeing the work that they do. I think as part of the administration and the ongoing work that has been going on prior to this administration will continue to at pace is the expansion of that. We see in Wakefield an average rise of 13.5% of requirement year upon year, which stands above the national average. So it's absolutely key for this administration and for myself to ensure that we are delivering upon that capacity-wise. As part of our approach as well, we pass congratulations to 2 of our schools, which were mentioned in a Department for Education report with regards to the Pinders Primary, which was given an exemplar report for its effectiveness of leadership, its high-quality curriculum design, and chiefly its inclusion support to the local area. It's been very rightly praised for this, and alongside its fantastic inclusive garden space, which it's developed on previously unused land. That's the bottom picture in my report. As well, the King's School in Pontefract, the development there of a nature-based space which is creating a calm and welcoming environment for its pupils to have its improved engagement and its consistent and nurtured pathway, and that's the top picture. Yet again, as an administration and personally, I pass my congratulations to those 2 for being mentioned in the DFE report and reiterate my commitment to seeing more of that in the district. As well, we're seeing as well expansions and improvements to spaces within our family and youth hubs. The examples of this are the refurbished spaces at Pontefract and Havercroft of the sensory facilities, and in my own ward, a new bike shed at Platform 1 in Hemsworth. I was delighted to have oversight of the annual fostering report, which yet again doubles down and shows the fantastic work of the fostering service, with its strong outcomes, its increasing foster care recruitment and its innovative use of the Mockingbird model to ensure that our foster carers receive the best support and guidance possible. Alongside this as well, the continued work of our foster hub, ensuring that Wakefield is leading the way in many regards, not only locally but nationally in our approach. Furthermore, as well, I've made it a great point to sit down with foster carers and have foster carers in a variety of settings and discuss their concerns, what we think we can do better and what's going well. I'm a keen advocate of going on the ground with the experts and speaking to them and seeing how, as an administration, we can continue and support the fantastic work they're doing. At the moment as well, we've got a fantastic event that's occurred not that long since, which is the annual evening of music. Art shows some of the skills and talents we've got amongst the young people in the district. I think it's key to show as an administration and the council, and this is something that I will touch on, that we have alternate skills, that we have great passion and great skill in this district amongst our young people, and how we harness that as an administration going forward. And I would like to, of course, say as well that we've had, in the period of 25 to 26, incredibly strong outcomes, good and outstanding for our foster care homes, and I congratulate them upon that and thank the staff there for the fantastic work they are doing and continue to do. And of course, we can't, I think it's been mentioned by the leader earlier, I'm happy to see central government's approach towards education taking a bit more of a practical pivot. My concern is that at the present moment we can do lots of talk, but we can teach all the skills we want. Without the effective businesses which are being presently crushed under taxation, we cannot deliver upon that. But I do welcome a change in attitude towards education, and as I've touched on at previous reports, at meetings, etc., I am a keen advocate of supporting getting NEETs into employment, active in the community, and of course upskilling our young people. Going forward, that is a major aim of this administration, and I am very keen for any input from all members and members of the public, any VCSEs we have and businesses, on how we can work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Caton. Are there any questions or brief comments on the report? Councillor Hayes.
I welcome the 10 million for up to 120 specialist SEN places at the new Wakefield Park. Your report lists that families and youth hub improvements for Pontefract, Havercroft, Hemsworth and families for Nottingham Ferry Bridge The practical question is travel. A place is only accessible if a child can reach it. Where would the new specialist provision be sited? What assessment has been made of average travel time and for home to school transport, the cost for the children in the east of the district, and what is the current offer for families in my ward?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, obviously, it's not Wakefield that's getting the 120 places, it's the Regional Fire Control Centre. I mean, it'd be nice if we had an additional 120 places in Ackworth. That is going to the Regional Fire Control Centre. With regards to homeschool transport, there will be a consultation going on this summer, which you may be aware of, which we'll be looking at further, so let me get back to you on that. With regards to the siting, yet again, I can produce the reports for you. I think and we are not only expanding, obviously, just in the Regional Fire Control Centre, there are schools across the district that are having the expansion to their SEND provision. I can have a look for you with regards to what is available in Nottingham and get back to you on that, because I am a very keen advocate, as is all of this administration, to make sure that resources are fairly distributed throughout the district, and that is something that going forward I will be ensuring as well. You know, you are in, as you so aptly put it, forgottingly, and we are quite keen to make sure that's not a name that's going forward.
Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Councillor Caton, for your report. When you reported at the last full council meeting, I made a request to see the impact assessment on the decision to withdraw funding for school uniforms from significant groups, and thank you for sending that through. I note that the impact assessment should have been done prior to the decision being made, but actually was done subsequent to the full council meeting at which I asked the question, according to the date on it. But I'll let that rest and hope that, you know, this isn't a recurrent issue, that, you know, this is the learning curve of new councillors. But I note, and I was pleased to see in the impact assessment that there are plans to do both qualitative and quantitative evaluation of the impact of the changes to families who did and didn't get the school uniforms that they might otherwise, the school uniform grants they might otherwise have expected. Could you tell us what plans there are to capture this qualitative information, the direct feedback from those families in the coming months, and can that and the quantitative results be reported in time for the October meeting of full council, so that we can understand the full impact of that council decision? Thank you.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, I am a new councillor like many of us in this chamber. I don't recall making reference to school uniforms in my report, but I will give you the answer that you are looking for. If you put anything to me, same again, Councillor Dodd, I was very open and transparent in your first email and provided you the information asked. If you wish to do that again, that's absolutely fine. Look, we've had innumerable time at the last session upon school uniforms. We had a debate, we had democracy, and people voted on it. So I'm quite keen to draw a line under that. But if you have any further questions, as I did last time, I'm more than happy to procure you the answers. With regards to bringing stuff to the council chamber, I think a better way of doing that would be through the Children's Scrutiny Committee. So we will have a look at that way. If you wish to put a question through that, I think that would be the better port of call.
I am sorry if I wasn't clear. I wasn't asking about the decision itself. I was asking about the commitment in the impact assessment to follow up with an analysis of how it has impacted on families, an analysis that would include surveying those families for their actual views and experiences and what the implications have been for them. I'm just interested to know what the plans are to actually conduct that piece of work.
So as I touched on in my notable speech, shall we say, of the last, this is in the hands of the schools, who are in the best place on the ground, and we are actively discussing with schools. At the moment, we're in active conversation, nearly daily. Obviously, the school term has ended, the implementation of this going through. So we are getting feedback from the schools. We're getting lots of feedback from parents, as I'm sure you are. At the end of the day, were we to survey the innumerable dozens of thousands of families in the district, I think that's just completely impractical. We've got lots of feedback already. You know, it was a controversial decision in some quarters. We appreciate that. At the end of the day, a democratic process has taken place, and we voted on it. With regards to impact assessments, etc., If you can send across your requests, we'll see how feasible they are. Like I say, we are in active discussion with community groups, with chiefly the schools, who are the people on the ground who are seeing this and seeing the impact of this, and for the time being that is being left with them, and we are working with them actively.
Councillor Speak.
Hiya. I weren't going to say anything, but I will due to your response then. Community groups, I've not had any info about anything to do with the uniform vouchers at all, and I run the main centre in our ward. So maybe that can be sent out again because I'd missed it. Number two, if you are talking to the schools every day, I'm even more genuinely concerned now to my previous email where I've had to pick up people who are getting missed who are genuinely in need. I have sent these through to you and kept it between us, but I've got 2 more cases that I need to log now. So, as in Nottingham and Ferry Bridge is a deprived ward, we can't get away from that. There is going to be more need. So, can you send all of us or put something out there that addresses how the extra ones are going to... This is the confusion, it's how the ones that aren't on school meals are being distributed. Because obviously the one that I sent you, a child is on school meals, but there's 2 children who are starting school, which they can't have the voucher there. And hopefully that'll get sorted because I've sent names in now. But luckily she's come to me because that would have been overlooked. She's rung the council many times. She's rung school and it hasn't been dealt with. So there is flaws in the system, and I think recognising them and just like making sure that we're not missing anybody who is genuinely in need, I think that needs to happen going forward.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councillor. Like I say, you've submitted that to me and I've put the team straight on that, as you've seen, and thank you for the information going forward. Look, we made this quite clear, I've made this quite clear, the prerogative lies with the schools, and yeah, we understand there are working families in need, and where those cases apply, we are applying a common sense approach and advising the schools of that. With regards to information about the scheme, I believe all members were sent out a frequently asked questions pack with some information. If you're wanting further sort of information on that, please get it to me, we'll get you some clear answers if it's not already covered in the FAQ you were issued.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With your permission, I'm only rising to say this because I know we've got a number of inexperienced councillors here, and I commend Councillor Speak for walking the line that she just did. But just for everybody's information, casework is not for debate in this chamber. I appreciate you didn't do that, Councillor Speak. I'm not saying that you did, but because we've got so many experienced councillors, I thought it appropriate to stand and say that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Are there any further questions? Councillor.
Whilst clarifying that, the other clarification that you should have done is that you are, as a portfolio holder, your report doesn't determine the questions that are asked to you. So Councillor Dodd was right to ask you that question. The report of the council, unless it's been changed and no one's told anybody, she's entitled, or anybody else is entitled to ask any question that relates to your portfolio. And that should have been clarified as well. Because
thank you for your point of order. Yeah, that is correct.
No, and so, in terms of the uniform, there's more questions. That frequently asked question doesn't answer the questions. Whoever wrote it hasn't answered all the questions. So, and this is an overall question. If a school had 500 children that were free school meals, and they had 1,000 students in there, and 600 made an application towards the scheme, where would the extra 100 get their money from? Or only 500 students in that school? It's a simple question. What if that school has got 50% SEN, will they be only allocated 30 times 500, or will they be allocated the extra 100 that might apply for that scheme and might be at hardship? That's all.
Fair enough, thank you, Councillor. With regards to that, we do have a reserve fund in place that was delivered. Obviously, the figures of that have been delivered upon. We have maintained a contingency fund in reserve. Obviously, the free school meal vouchers, or those in receipt of them, the schools have had those requisite numbers. If there is then additional need for, like we say, working families, we have maintained a reserve fund for that exact purpose. So if there are families that do just fall outside of that threshold that are in genuine need, there is a reserve fund for that budgeted into the adjustment to the scheme.
Councillor Ayoub.
Thank you for your report, Councillor Caton. A couple of things. Pinders Primary School sits in my sort of ward. 4 years ago, when I first got elected, I actually visited the school with the current mayor at the time to open that sensory garden. I was there at the school gala a couple of weeks ago, and it's amazing how they've kept that the way they have. And it was great to hear that they've been Ofsteded and got quite a high regard for that. And I will take that back and share something in the community. The second point I wanted to make was that Westfield Road, Meadowcroft, Prue School. What I'm really struggling with the Prue School there is that when they've got school transport in place, there's nowhere for the taxi drivers to actually park to pick up them children from that school. And the taxi drivers are getting ticketed for parking outside. I was out there one day with the police and an officer, and we actually saw a kid having a meltdown outside the school, but the taxi was too far for the school support to help them to get to that taxi. I'm wondering why things of that aren't considered when we're putting schools in communities, and then we're commissioning services to do the collections, but there's no provision there for taxis to pick up children. Could I ask if that could be looked into and addressed, because I don't think it's going around the offices and nothing's getting addressed with that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Just for the first one for Pinders Primary, I mean, I will forward you the report as well because it's a good read. The leadership there has been absolutely given very, very high appraisal there. And yeah, it's good to see that they've got facilities such as that. It's good, obviously that schools are recognising that these spaces do need creating and upkeeping for pupils. So yeah, with regards to your other concern, obviously with regard to the school taxi drop-offs, I would say that sort of falls more outside of my remit with regards to the planning of the spaces and allocation with footpaths, etc., roadways. But certainly if you can pass the details through to me, I can see that this sort of circle of responsibility, so we can't cap it off. But yeah, please send me the details across. I will do what I can to look into it from my position and get it sent to the correct area.
Are there any further questions? No. Thank you, Councillor Caton. We shall now move on to the portfolio holder for culture and sport. Councillor Borsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Councillor Lukasz Borch, Cabinet Member for Culture and Sport. My report can be found on the agenda, page 29 to 32. I'm pleased to present an update on my portfolio, which has had a very successful summer across the culture, tourism, leisure, libraries and well-being. Over recent months, we've seen thousands of residents and visitors taking part in events across the district. These events haven't just entertained people, they supported local businesses, increased footfall, boosted tourism and brought our communities together. Highlights have included proms at the castle, Armed Forces Day, the Pontefract Licorice Festival and our program at WX, including England World Cup games and Luke Jerram Helios installation, which already had over 20,000 visitors. Together, they have reinforced Wakefield's reputation as a fantastic place to visit and enjoy. One achievement I'm especially proud of is Beat the Street in Normanton and Altofts. More than 5,300 residents took part, getting families walking, cycle, run and explore their local communities. This is exactly the type of initiative, preventive initiative, the public health initiative needed. Continue investing in. Helping people become more active before poor health becomes a bigger challenge. We've also hosted the first Active Wellbeing Leadership Conference, further strengthening Wakefield's reputation as leader in promoting active well-being. Supporting young people has remained another priority. As part of our Enhanced Aspire Ignite program, qualified instructors now support free swimming sessions for 16 to 24-year-olds, helping young people build confidence, improve water safety, and develop essential life skills. Our libraries continue to prove they are far more than places to borrow the books. They bring communities together, encourage children to read, and provide opportunities for learning throughout the life. It's been wonderful to celebrate 75 years of Sandal Library, while our Summer Reading Challenge continues to inspire young readers across the district. Tourism also continues to deliver real economic benefits. Visitor spending exceeded 889 million, with around 11 million visits to the district, up 4.5% over last year. That means more support for local businesses, more jobs, and greater confidence in Wakefield as destination. We are also investing in the future by supporting young people through work experience in our museums and castle services, helping to inspire the next generation of heritage professionals. Looking ahead, we have an exciting program of exhibitions, outdoor theatre, heritage open days, and family activities still to come. Our ambition is simple: to make sport more accessible, strengthen our cultural offer, grow tourism, and support healthier, stronger communities. Finally, I'd like to thank to all of our officers, volunteers, partners, and community organizations. Their dedication is what makes this achievement possible. Sport and culture are sometimes seen as optional extra. I see them differently. They improve health, strengthen communities, support local businesses, and make our district a better place to live, work, and visit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to take questions. If I've got answers today, I will answer them. If not, I'll come back with written response.
Thank you, Councillor Bosch. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Speak.
Just a quick question. All the events that happen from the council, from the 3 years that I've been in Chamber, they tend to happen in the centres still. Is there any plans to bring council events, not the ones that we have to try and fund, and which is a nightmare every year? We nearly lost our main event this year through funding. Luckily, we managed to secure some funding for him to keep it going. Is there any plans, as you say, with all the urban parts where the council will bring events into them rather than us having to try and fund them, do them and get them done? Number two is brilliant that the swimming passes have been for kids to learn to swim. Absolutely amazing. As a town that's surrounded by water, as you all know, we literally live around, it's everywhere. Our problem, and I keep saying it, is there's a lot of children in our ward that will not get to that sports centre. They will not, the parents don't drive, the parents don't have money. How do they take advantage of them free swimming lessons? And I said this to the previous portfolio holder when she brought this in about using the gym, mental health, brilliant. But again, we suffer because they can't get there, and they haven't got the parents, they haven't got money. Is there any plans where, because this is so important for our town, the water basis, can there be any funding allocated? Can there be any plans where there can be a service where the kids that can't afford to get there can get there and use that service? Is that an option at some point?
Regarding to events questions, we had Pontefract Licorice, Pontefract Arms Days, Castleford a couple months ago. We have events in Normanton, Altofts, so we're moving across the district. If you come to see me, have ideas of the events, we're more than happy to organize it, And regarding the leisure centers, I'm only 2 months in my portfolio role, so I've been going with officers around the leisure centers, speaking with staff. We try and work it out how we could maybe accommodate residents, because obviously we can't spend what we don't have. Like the leader said, there is no magic money tree, The leisure centre would cost 10-15 million pounds, which council don't have at the moment. If we could get like national funding, obviously I'm happy. I want the more the better, So we only can try work with what we've got funds-wise.
I understand that fully, due to national funding and us not getting a centre. My concern is that a little bit of funding set aside just so that there can be some sort of bus service to the centres we have. I realise we can't have one of our own as yet, and we pray that one day we can, but is it not, I know there's no money tree.
I'm not sure if that sits in my portfolio, because it's buses and stuff, but if it's doable, yeah, I can work with the portfolio for highways, and if we can organize, listen, I want every kid to go to gym, swim, and we don't want obese kids sitting on phone, because that's bad for future, So I'm actually passionate about everything I do, and yes, if it's doable, I'm more for it than,
Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Councillor Borch, for your report. And yes, your passion does come across loud and clear. Given the recent events at Wakefield Exchange, can you make a statement on behalf of the Council confirming that cultural premises owned and managed by the Council are safe and inclusive spaces which all residents can use? And can you confirm...
Councillor Dodd, that's not appropriate.
Sorry?
That is not appropriate.
No, I'm looking for confirmation that these are safe spaces, given that there have been incidents that leave residents and organisations wondering whether venues like WX are places where they can run their events.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. The reason that the Mayor has asked you not to ask that question at this stage is because there are live investigations into the events. They need to take their course before any council statement can be issued, either in this chamber or outside of it. Thank you.
Councillor Ayo.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Borish. Sorry, I'll practice. I will practice. Just want to say thank you for raising the issue of celebrating 7 years of Sandal Library. That's where we have our packed meetings. It's a lovely library and is open to the whole community. What worries me is, how do you feel that your leader has said we will not have a library or a museum in the city centre, especially seeing the success of that library? That's my first question. My second question is cultural grants. Does that come under your portfolio? Yeah, just really disappointed that we applied for cultural grants for our third year for the Wakefield mailer and it got refused. And my worry is, I've not responded to the reasons why they gave, but it was quite disappointed not to receive the funding because it is a massive celebration. It's the only thing that we do within the community. I think cultural team only do one other event for the South Asian community. For us not to have that funding has meant we've done a little bit of a GoFundMe page and gone out to get more funding for it. We're hoping that we will pull it off this year, but I would hope there'd be more consideration for cultural grants for things like the mailer, which if the council was to do the mailer, that'd be great, but they're not doing it. And if they were to do Pride, that'd be great, but they're not doing it. So small voluntary organisations, when they do it purely on a voluntary basis, need a bit of support. And to not get that little bit of support has a massive impact, not only on community cohesion, but what happens in them communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Regards museums, we got museum in library, Wakefield 1, that's town centre, as far as I know. We got archives on Kergate, which is massive. I encourage everyone to go because for 9 years I passed it and I've never went. And if you actually go there, it's unreal. So it's not promoted enough. So we have museums and archives, and I think that's enough.
Just say that my point is that the consultation that was happening in the city centre is that people in Wakefield, if they want a library and a museum, we should see the consultation through, not make decisions before it. And I feel as though decisions already been made about the library and museum not to happen in the city centre. We talked about openness and transparency. And consultation. Well, it feels like none of that's happened. We've made a decision. We've let the people of Wakefield down. So I point that back to you. Can you clarify how you feel about that?
I feel same as leader. We don't need another museum in town centre. And that's my final answer.
You've had an answer already, Councillor Ayo.
Actually, we got mandate from the public, so if people don't want it, we don't have it.
That's it. That's enough. Any other questions?
I've got answer for regarding grants as well. Yeah. Question number 2. So I can tell you we have 290,000 pounds worth of application. We cannot spend what we don't have. We're not going to please everyone, obviously. If I could, I'll give to everyone, but we can't. So we give constructive feedback to every organization or community project, how they can improve. They have to come back. We finished first round of grants in April. There will be another round, so there's a chance for them. Like you said, it's a good community project you're trying to get. Did you try local fund grants? Local? Did you try for applying for local grants, not just culture grants?
Councillor Bosch, it's not a question and answer session. You either make a statement.
So, if you email me, I can come back with you. I can help you with some work, you know what I mean?
Are there any other questions? No? Thank you, Councillor Bosch. The next report is the portfolio holder for District Regeneration and Regional Growth, Councillor Pinder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Since the election and my subsequent appointment to Cabinet, a key part of my role has been to get out and about in our communities, speaking to residents and businesses, which is exactly what I and colleagues around this chamber have been doing in every ward. Our new administration recently announced a set of priorities that will put local people first and deliver change that reaches out to everybody in the district. One of these priorities is to carry out an in-depth review of the Cathedral Quarter Master Plan for the city centre, which has been mentioned quite frequently in this meeting. And a key part of that is our promise that residents will get the opportunity to have their say and their voices heard before any final decisions were made. We can voice those opinions. We're all part of a consultation. No decisions have been made yet. A 3-week public engagement programme began on the 13th of July, giving all residents and local businesses an opportunity to take part and help shape the future of our city. And throughout this engagement programme, the administration and our strategic regeneration partner have also run bespoke sessions for Wakefield ward councillors and businesses within the ridings, ensuring that all stakeholders have had the opportunity to have their say. Drop-in sessions in the ridings do conclude at 4 o'clock today, but the online survey is open until Sunday the 2nd of August, and you can find that at www.wakefield.gov.uk/have-your-say. Moving on, the Featherstone Pride in Place Community Engagement Programme reached out to every household in the town recently, giving residents the chance to get involved online or at community events held in venues across Featherstone, and this feedback will help determine future priorities for Featherstone. This includes how the Pride in Place Board, which I am very proud to be a part of, will use £20 million of funding to improve the town over the next 10 years. So I'd like to thank everybody that came along to the engagement sessions. Thank Beam, our engagement partner, who were absolutely fantastic throughout the process. Thank the leadership of the ever enthusiastic and vigorous Kay Binnersley, who is the chair, and the board itself, who refreshingly have been apolitical and objective throughout the engagement process, which makes progress much easier to make. In Castleford, we're moving forward with the next step in the process of appointing a new strategic regeneration partner for the town. Working with an SRP will provide us with the expertise needed to deliver previously promised projects, the projects that residents have been waiting patiently to see completed and have been ever increasingly frustrated with under the previous administration. But more importantly, it will enable us to think bigger and deliver the kind of future regeneration projects that will help attract more investment and create new opportunities for local people and businesses, making sure Castleford has a bright and prosperous future to look forward to. And for some further good news, the first part of the waterfront development in Castleford is set for completion in the coming months. Once it's open to the public, I hope everyone takes the opportunity to pop down and see Castleford's new Riverside Vantage Point, which is a first step towards a regenerated riverside sector. Now, as I alluded to in my maiden portfolio report at full council in June, I and this Reform UK administration care deeply about the whole district, including areas of the district which are the most deprived and in need of support. This is why my first action as portfolio holder for regeneration was to throw my full support behind getting the Kellingley Working Man's Club redevelopment moving, and I will continue to liaise with officers and ward councillors until that project is complete. Due to the financial mismanagement of the council under the previous administration, resources are limited. We have to be realistic about that. However, as a keen champion for areas that feel left behind, I am working hard, working around the clock to find ways in which we can support areas like Hemsworth, like Airedale, like Southampton and South Kirby, like Nottingley, in any way that I possibly can. This district, and in particular areas along the Eastern Corridor, have many wards that suffer from high national deprivation and have been subjected to a lack of investment for a long time, which is sadly reflected in the Wakefield JSNA findings. Reform UK cares about the success of all in our district, and we will keep fighting for the economic and community growth which everybody deserves.
Thank you, Councillor Pinder. Are there any questions or brief comments? Councillor Speak.
Me again. Thank you for confirming we're still moving forward with the Kellingley Club. It's gone a little bit quiet, so we're a little bit worried. The reality is for Nottingley, the money for the not Kellingley Club, I removed that. That was said wrong. It was the pavilion. The pavilion were allocated money many years ago from the ex-administration. As you can, it's been years. We didn't think it were ever going to come. Obviously now there's plans for it to be done and delivered, hopefully. It should be starting next month. I'm presuming it's been delayed, but we'll do that catch up. I think we've got a meeting next week where hopefully we'll know more what's going on. But the reality is that we're just a section of that site. I have took the chief exec to the site. We're hoping to take the leader to the site. The reality is there's a phase. I don't know if it's 2, 3. We're on phase 1, and I felt like it were fought for, and it's just disappeared. I don't know in the background if anybody's actually fighting for phase 2 anymore. There's a mass amount of land that looks an eyesore. There should be a new phase coming from the pavilion. And to be fair, we could do with an update on whether that's actually happening now in the background, or whether that's been forgotten about, or whether that's because there's a lot of land there that makes. We are generally the town with a hole in the centre. It looks a mess. It's on the main road. We look like you're never going to get away from forgottenly deprived town if that area is not targeted and sorted. So it would be wonderful if we can get a team of people, or the funders, the people who work really hard in funding, and I know it's really hard, to target getting some more funding in to get a sports centre maybe. And there I am again. Or something that something to that land needs developing, and we need something that is good for the community, not development as in another McDonald's, another this, another that. We need something all around the area that makes it look inviting, makes us look like we're looked after again, and makes people want to say good things on social media about Nottingley once again. And that's I hope that's where we're going to drive to.
No, thank you for that, Councillor Speak, and I always respect your ambition for Nottingley. So we've got a meeting with you guys and the officers in the coming weeks where we'll discuss further where we are with Kellingley Working Man's Club regeneration. In terms of phase 2, I'll look into that deeper for you and write to you, so yeah, I'll look further into that. And in terms of engaging with future funding and other projects, I mean, I come from a village in South Hemsall, which is equally as deprived as Nottingley when you look at the figures, similar to other areas along the Eastern Corridor. They've been forgotten about, left behind, and to be quite frank, taken advantage of by previous administrations who have always taken their votes like it's going to be gospel at every election, and it's obviously we've got to a point now where it's not the case. There's been change. Now, I am more than happy to sit down with officers in funding departments, look at national grants that are available, look at ways which I've mentioned in my report that I've spoke about today, in which we can help target some funding towards areas that are deprived. And hopefully over the summer, I'm going to be able to look at some further ways and bring that to council in the future in which we can help areas like Nottingley move forward.
Councillor Dodd.
And thanks to Councillor Pinder for that report. In Councillor Wakefield's report, which I appreciate we've yet to come to, he gives a very helpful indicative timescale for publishing the results of the consultation on the city centre and the ridings. Can Councillor Pinder also commit to publishing more details to support residents about making an informed decision around the ridings? These should include the current structural state of the building, the cost to the council of managing the ridings, the current situation regarding VICO tenants, and can we also have estimates of the impacts of and disruption from any building or demolition work? There's really serious concern that Wakefield will suffer years and years with a large hole in the city centre, with buildings either being demolished and rebuilt or boarded up for renovation in the same way that Bradford suffered many years ago, or some years ago.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. So, first off, we need to see what the consultation results are. We are listening to residents, including the people in the tower blocks, as you've just mentioned, and we will be gathering that data together and looking at the different options that are available. There's going to be no diktat here where we turn around and go, that's what's happening because we think it's the best way forward. We are listening to residents, whether it's businesses in the ridings, people in the tower blocks, or residents around the district, to inform what our future decision-making capabilities are going to be. And of course, I'm happy to provide any details on the question that you've answered. Yes? Well, let us first end this stage of the consultation, and that'll then inform what future timescales is going to be. I'm not going to commit to a timescale for you right now, but obviously it is a matter of urgency because we don't want businesses in the ridings to feel that level of insecurity, people in the houses to be worried about what's going to happen to them. So we are acting with as much urgency as possible on this topic.
Councillor Ahmed.
Just go back to the ridings, obviously, because it was one of the issues that dominated some of the electoral things, and there were certain things said during the elections about the demolition not taking place. That's what that was written in leaflets. You know what I mean, I know you said it was one person last time, and it wasn't. But you know what I mean. So, is that the case now, or is there going to be, if the consultation comes back and says we want I don't know, a zoo in the middle of the Wakefield city centre, and you know, is that what you're going to do? Because there has to be something which has to be reasonable, doesn't it? If I said now, I'll encourage people to say that put a university in the middle of Wakefield. You've got no power to do that. You know that, and I know that. So there has to be some realism in the situation and say, is there going to be a demolition, which is what the election issue was. And a few of you fought on that issue that there wouldn't be one. And if the consultation comes back with, I don't know, you know, we want a flamingo land in the middle of town, or we want a museum or a library, is that then what we're going to say to them people that you've... Because I'll give you an example. That I've always believed that local authority consultations are there to tick a box. I know some people get upset with that. I hope you won't, but you know, that's what they were for. And then in the end is 75% of people disagreed with this, but we're still going to do it anyway because we knew better, and all we had to do was a consultation to tick a box because that was the requirement to get £20 million from the government. So is this a real consultation? And if people come back with those ideas that I've mentioned that are unworkable and not possible, what's going to happen in those situations? So in the end, you could have people saying, I actually want a museum in the middle of town. That's my point. I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know that, you know, but is the demolition going to take place? Yes or no?
So, I mean, you're obviously asking me to comment on something which is a decision that hasn't been made yet, Councillor Ahmed. I can't comment on if there's going to be any demolition or not, because we're not at the stage where there's been any decision made whatsoever on what the final design is going to be. Now, of course, we have to be realistic about what's going to be within that design. I mean, if you'd like a zoo in the middle of a city centre, I'm not against giraffes or elephants, but there has got to be a level of realism to this. And we will be working with our strategic regeneration partner to look at what is possible, what is the art of the possible, and listening to what the views of the public are and have been over the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Councillor Ayoub.
I feel like I've got to ask the question again, because you say there is no decision made. But we've got the leader, Carl Johnson, saying there will be no library or museum. And the portfolio holder for leisure saying there will be no library or museum. So can you tell me, are we going to let the people of Wakefield have a true and open consultation, and a decision will be made after the consultation's happened about if they can have a zoo, a library or a museum, or have you already made them decisions? And is this only another tick box exercise that a reform are trying to pull off? That's my first question. My second one is, the Labour group purchased the ridings. They produced a city centre master plan. They secured funding for the cathedral quarter or some of it, and they submitted for levelling up bids. Reform is committed to continue the consultation. And I think also Reform promised not just one consultation, but a number of consultations on the city centre, and this was the first of them. So is there others planned? What is your timetable for the cathedral quarter? When will residents see work starting? And what new external funding has this administration secured? Because all what we're talking about at the minute, it's what you've inherited from Labour. And that's my questions.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Ayoub. What we inherited from Labour was public unrest because you didn't actually consult the homeowners and businesses in the ridings before you decided to purchase the ridings. So when it comes to questioning our legitimacy of a public consultation, you've got no ground to stand on, if I'm being honest with you. Everybody in this room, or most people, have a strong opinion on what they want to see in the ridings. Councillor Johnson mentioned about the museum. Councillor Borsch just gave his opinion. Everybody's opinion is equal and matters in this room. So there's been no final decisions made on anything. It's about listening to people. And just because Councillor Johnson's got an opinion, Councillor Borsch has got an opinion, it doesn't make it irrelevant. It means it's just as equal to everybody's in this chamber and everybody's in public. Because this is what it's about. It's about democracy and listening to the people of Wakefield, the businesses, the homeowners, and what they want to see, not ignoring them like Labour.
Councillor Ayoub, you can ask another question, but it's not a question and answer session that you're doing.
Well, I don't feel as though that Councillor Pinder answered my last few questions. That's the first thing. The second thing is that everybody's entitled to opinions, but there's a process to do that. And I don't think it's fair that the leader of the council has already given an opinion to influence others by saying that there will not be a library or a museum.
The fact is that you've just said that there is a process to be followed, and there's also a process to be followed within this chamber, and you're straying off the path.
No, I think my point is that you can't have a leader of a council influencing a consultation.
The leader of the council has already made his statement, and we're now dealing with Councillor Pinder.
The portfolio holder has to answer that question. That I don't believe that the Reform are doing a true and honest consultation. That's why I've asked.
Councillor Ayoub, you had an answer to your original question. We will have to move on. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Councillor Pinder. Moving on, the next report is from the portfolio holder for Highways, Transport and Planning, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This month has been a challenge on looking in depth at our highways and transport elements of my portfolio as a priority. We've been making gradual steps. The department runs relatively smoothly already, and we're not here to just throw everything out the window. So we're trying to make incremental changes. Part of that is looking at transportation. So this last week, the Weaver Board was fully established for the new transportation for West Yorkshire. That's an interesting process. It's had a little bit of a kickback, quite interesting. A £2 fee for buses actually upsets the whole mathematics that have been done. So that has changed some decisions and held some decisions that hopefully I would have been able to bring today. Hopefully by the next council meeting I'll be able to bring some more information on what's happening to our buses. But as you can imagine, changing where the finances come from changes the money structure of what we can actually do for West Yorkshire, but the challenges are still there. I did have one opportunity. I don't do this full-time as a living, although it does feel like I actually live here full-time at this moment in time. I was in Cambridge recently, and they're actually running an autonomous bus, which is very unusual to do. If you're in Cambridge at any point, I would advise going to try it, to get on a bus where there's no bus driver and it drives itself is quite a challenge. But that's technology moving. And one day, I believe that's where we'll all be. But we're not there yet with Wicker. We're a long way from that. There are concerns over bus services, and I appreciate certain areas within this district get very poor bus services. It is high on the agenda with our discussions with West Yorkshire Combined Authority, because that's where we get our funding from for buses, to challenge that we get away from the 2 hourly bus services and the lack of evening bus services. But I've taken a note of comments earlier on today, and we will have a look at trying to resolve some other issues within the region. Highways improvements. It's quite interesting when you look around at the state of our highways. A lot of that is to do with what other people do to our highways. One of the challenges I've now set the Highways Department is we are moving to what in many industries called a RAG system. So we are looking at allocating the state of people's work in our area against a red, amber and green status. If you are a contractor, and I'll use this opportunity to put on notice, working in our area and your work is poor, you will be given a red status, and we will inspect your work more frequently to make sure you put things right. I put my hand on my heart because I've seen it in Pontefract, where we've had our cobblestones taken up in the town centre, gone missing, and we're waiting for them to be restored in a very picturesque part of our town. So we're going to actually start enforcing in a much more stricter way and working on a targeted approach. So if you do a good job, we'll leave you alone pretty much, and we'll allow you to continue to work in our area. If the quality of your work is poor, be warned, we're going to be on you. So it's a change in way we're actually operating. We're also looking at that, how we actually look at the way we manage our budget and actually be able to RAG status all our major projects. We spend a lot of money on capital, and a lot of our projects have slipped, and it's only when our finance team get involved and we actually see that we're running behind that we identify that. That is now being changed with the highways team and the finance team, and now putting a complete programme together so we can actually track month by month with a very simple, if it's red, we all need to pay our attention on it and get it back on track. If it's amber, we need to be aware that things are going a little bit awry. And if it's green, hopefully that means projects are on target to deliver what they're going to do. Within that highways improvement, I'm really pleased to announce that in Castleford, we have secured the funding for the next piece of road redevelopment on Wealdon Road, which will open up and improve the poor road going out towards Nottingham. I'm not sure how many people drive down there from Nottingham coming into Castleford, but there's a very nasty bridge along that route and bend. So that has now been approved, so that will go into capital projects. We've also now, with a number of other authorities, signed up and got approved for lane rental powers. This is a great opportunity for the council to actually enforce and apply a little bit more power to those who want to work in our highways. So anybody who wants to dig up a road on a major road on a busy time period will be charged a fee per day for obstructing that highway. What it does is it focuses the attention to actually get in, get done and get out. I am historically a utility engineer and I have been guilty of being on the other side of that table when a job's been dragged on and caused more problems to the general public. This actually helps those organisations to focus their attention.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson, for your report.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or brief comments? Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Anderson. Actually, I've got two questions, and the first follows beautifully on from what you were just explaining about roads being dug up. In the Council's strategic plan, we encourage people to move into city centres. And yet, people living in Wood Street and King Street and in this area, my ward residents, have been writing to me to say that they have been disturbed night after night in recent times by roadwork being scheduled right through the night. And these are people who've had to lose money by taking time off, unpaid time off work, who've had to move into a hotel because of the level of the noise. This seems contradictory if we want to make the city centre an attractive place for residents, as I absolutely appreciate that there's a tension between the businesses and the residential area, but we're now seeing people saying they're regretting buying flats, and yet we're building and trying to sell more flats in this area. If there is a reputation that they may find themselves disturbed right through the night because of roadworks that the business owners don't want to have scheduled in the day, it's not going to help those sales. So that's my first question. Can you give a reassurance that this is not going to recur? My second question is about flags. It's about what plans the council has to remove the disgracefully unpatriotic flags that have been left to droop and decay from lampposts across our district. These are an eyesore and the very opposite of an expression of national pride. The council's own policy on flags flown on the council's buildings says that flags must be clean, undamaged and in good condition, and yet across our district, flying from our lampposts, there are flags that are very far from that description. When are we going to see them removed?
Thank you. So firstly, the work around Wood Street. So this is a major thoroughfare through Wakefield. If we were to actually try and carry out the majority of that work, so all the footpath work has been done during the day. The actual carriageway work has to be done at night. We would actually stop all the buses. The problems of being able to actually do that within a reasonable timescale, you wouldn't be able to do it. So it's not uncommon practice to certain areas to actually target to do short-term work during the night to minimise the disruption. So we've been in, I think, 3 nights, in and out, do a piece of work and get out. We've almost finished that area of work. So the main road, if you go down there now, has been completed. That was finished last night, looks a lot better. The road surface is proper as it should be and secure. So it's a normal part of planning highways works. It's not we're there every night, and we're going to be there for the next 2 months. It's a one-off piece of work. When we actually redevelop the city centre, the realities are it will become a construction site. It's part of life and a part of that development period. But hopefully we will be able to actually control the hours that people work. But certain aspects on road highways, we have to do them out of hours in order to maintain buses running on time, the access for emergency services through the area. So that's why it's planned like that. And there is a whole planning process behind that. Second question, flags. So at the moment, we are looking at what do we want to do with regard to existing flags that are around across the whole of the district that are looking tatty and worn. It's not as easy as just going up with a set of ladders and going up and cutting it down. Unfortunately, we now live in the world of health and safety executive. It's a lot more work involved. Those people who put them up, it was very easy for them. They just ran around with a set of ladders and put them up. We actually have to think about road traffic management when we do it. It will be a scissor lift device if that's what we're going to do. Every flag will cost us hundreds of pounds to remove. So we've got to try and find a strategy of how we do that and take that forward. And we're currently under discussions of trying to look at how we do that. Because I've seen them around and they do look tatty and it's not what we actually want to see. Not of our national flag anyhow.
Councillor Speak.
Thank you. You have answered the majority of my question in what you said to do with buses, etc. So I'll not go over that again. Another question is, the main road through Nottingley, from Pontefract through, we have addressed this again on a walk round, it's back to back all day, all the way through town. The road is overstretched to the amount of traffic that we have now coming through the town. A few years ago in the master plan, when we had another majority council here, in the master plan, when they were building all these new houses in Nottingham and everything else that's coming in, there was a master plan to build a road that took away some of the heavy traffic so that it wasn't like it is now. Obviously, then it came back into chamber, and on a majority vote, we didn't get a say in what our town is and what traffic's going to come through it. And the actual plan for the road to get rid of that, it got voted out. It wasn't in the plan anymore. So we got all the stuff that brings the consequences, but we didn't get any plan to alleviate it. So now, me and Adele live 5 minutes away from each other, but at certain times of day, if I need to go and see her, I think it's going to take me at least 45 minutes, I'm not going to get through, because that's how bad it is. I just wondered if there's any plan to look, or if you can have a look at a plan to alleviate some of the traffic coming through the centre of Nottingley, because it's that bad, or how wide the road is, because we've got 2 lanes, but they're not wide enough. So someone can be waiting to turn so nobody else can go. It just doesn't work, and I feel like they just removed the whole problem and never came up with a solution, and it's just died in the background.
Make a commitment to come up and meet you on site, and I'll ask the Senior Officer for Highways to come up. He's very experienced in trying to solve such problems. I have my ideas, but he is on a slightly different level to me in solving those. And I think what we've got to try and do is get it back on the agenda to look at that road structure through Nottingley. I do go up and down there occasionally, and it's an interesting junction right in the heart of the town. I think we'll have a look at, when we talk about regeneration, Highways will get involved to talk about actually how do we actually integrate, how we actually put a regeneration programme together for Nottingley and how that actually does something. So quite happily, like we've done before, happy to arrange to meet, and we'll have a look at it directly.
Councillor Ware.
Thank you for your report, Councillor Anderson. It's good to hear that there'll be rental powers approved to charge services when they close off roads. I think I'd like to draw to your attention a few things. Queen Elizabeth Road and the traffic calming on Queen Elizabeth Road. Now, I've logged it a few times and I feel like I'm not getting nowhere with it. There's a traffic calming system along there because a child was killed on that road many years ago, but the upkeep of it's not been very good. Now, I've actually stood in front of a sign which is quite dangerous and it's protruding onto the road, but nobody's coming out and removed that. If it's not done within the next week, I'll go up myself and take it down because I feel that strongly about it. But I've tried to go through the normal channels and it's not getting anywhere. And I hope you could take that on for us. I think the other thing that I feel that's, and I know it's not your portfolio, but I think it does affect another portfolio holder, is the bin lorries getting down certain streets and the way certain cars are parked. But it's also how certain road markings are done to prevent cars parking near corners. I don't feel that the road markings that are there that are sufficient to stop cars parking. And if they parked in them allocated spaces, it still would not give enough room for a bin lorry to go down. So we've had up-teen misses of bin collections. I don't think that's the only reason, but we've had lots of misses for bin collections in East Ward, and that's the Park Lodge Lane area, as well as Grantley Street, as well as Stanley Road and the back of Stanley Road. I'd be grateful if that could be looked into as well. I think the other thing I'd want to say about high waves, and I feel like I've got to say this every meeting, because I think Nadine mentioned it, you know, you can slag off the Labour Party for a little bit and then you'll be held accountable for your own decisions. So Labour approved an additional £2 million per year for 3 years for the road resurfacing. They'd already allocated 12 million in highways investment programmes, which was a fully costed budget and approved here. Most current resurfacing schemes were already programmed before Reform took office. So my question is, can the portfolio holder confirm which highway schemes were approved before May 2026? What additional investment has Reform committed beyond the inherited programme? And how are these schemes being prioritised? Because my worry, as I said last time, is schemes in my ward, I don't want them to be chucked off or put at the back of the list. And I just want a bit of reassurance for that. Sorry.
Right, so roads where there are problems with bin lorries getting down because of parking and stuff, quite happy. Me and Julian, Councillor Carter, sit in the same location. If you want to drop us a line, we'll actually have a look at that and how that works together and what we can actually do to try and do that, because that really needs to be joined up thinking of how we solve that. As for resurfacing and capital projects at the moment, a capital project, if I started to plan a capital project now, it wouldn't come into force until probably 27, 28. That's the reality. Designing, getting approval, going to WICA, the funding comes from WICA, so going to WICA and getting the approval for the funding, I can't influence where we currently are. What I am influencing is where we're looking at going forward with the highways team. Highways team are very focused now on our asset management programme and what needs to be replaced because of its asset condition, not just because somebody wanted to do something. There are examples which I've seen where work is being done because somebody wanted to do it and not because it was a necessity. And we won't do that going forward. It will be driven by decision made by the head of highways as to do the right thing that needs to be done for safety. That's where we're going. As for funding, interestingly enough, by taking a big chunk of the money out with the parking option that Labour decided to introduce, we actually took money out of the highways budget for resurfacing and repairs. So I find it quite interesting that you claim that there was more money put in. If you'd not done the tampering with parking costs, then actually we would have had more funds to actually do more resurfacing than we currently have. We have actually got guys today looking at trials of new pieces of equipment that are being used, and we've got another trial we're going to investigate that we've set up with the only machine of its type in the UK that's been brought into the UK that will hopefully speed up a lot of our potholes and reinstatement and repurposing processes, which is environmentally greener because we actually don't bring any other materials in, we use existing materials that are there. So we're actually trying to bring in new technology to make things better, to make us more cost effective, and hopefully in the next few months we'll start to report some of that and you'll hopefully start to see it taking effect.
Have you another question?
Yeah. From what you've just said there, you're not taking away free parking, are you?
At this moment in time, no. But everything is up for, we've got to balance the budget at the end of the day. We're being left with a massive debt, as you can see from the report at the back here, and we have to balance the books. We can't continue to go into debt. That's one of the challenges I've had with the highways team, is actually understanding where we're spending money, what the frequency is at, and have we got it under control. This place has been run by making decisions that are emotional rather than practical. And we all live in the real world where we have to balance our books at home. That's what we've got to do as a council, and that's what we're driving to do.
Are there any other questions? Portfolio holder for Neighbourhood Services, which is Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and it's my pleasure to introduce the report for Neighbourhood Services, and hopefully I can bring into this chamber some of that wonderful Wakefield fresh air. And I'm also very, very pleased to be heralding some big changes in the way that we work in Neighbourhood Services. We've inherited some significant challenges, such the lack of staff, poor quality equipment, as well as working practices that have got to be improved. I'm reassured to be working with a team of officers ready to accept new ways of working and committed to delivering the needed change. We've also started the biggest ever recruitment drive in Neighbourhood Services with a fantastic open day last month, the first of its kind for this portfolio. It attracted over 200 people eager to find out more about the jobs that Wakefield has on offer. They have pride in our city and they want to help us and work for Wakefield. More importantly, in the time that I've had in role, I've gone around many of the service providers, I've talked to the people who are on the front line. And one thing they've told me is they're surprised at the lack of enforcement. They have incredible pride in the job that they do in Wakefield. And with respect to things such as fly tipping, I'm working with the officers to do more, deliver more with the facilities they have that have been cut in budget. They've been demanded to do more with less. It doesn't work. So we're looking to tackle that fly tipping in places like Agbrick. But more importantly, when it comes to beating the heat, and I'm tripping through the agenda, page 41 to 44, we've encouraged and got support for those people doing the refuse collections to start earlier in the day, a system of getting the people to understand to put their bins out earlier. And I'll come to education. But also with respect to that plant, it hasn't received protective maintenance. It's been having to be repaired on failure. New machines have been ordered, new machines have been, smaller machines have been commissioned to get down those difficult to reach places. I've been quite impressed, well more than impressed, working with the countryside team. We have 60 parks in Wakefield that need their loving care. Many of the gardeners have told me they would wish to do more, but because of the lack of training, the lack of skilled people that have left the council who taught them to prune, gardeners have told me they're so impassioned to do more because they're fed up of strimming away when they want to garden. Also, we've been doing great work in the play areas. Yes, there's a massive demand on budget. What do we deliver? How do we deliver it? People have big aspirations, and it is difficult when I appreciate everyone has need, but we must deliver competently and confidently with community support. And I've been working with other members in this room to do that. When it comes to green flags, I was very proud to be at the presentation of the Green Flag Award at Pontefract Park. And I have to say, Mr Mayor, the first time I got an OBE, other buggers' efforts, if I may say that, it was the work of all those people in those parks, especially the park rangers working with the volunteer organisations. And it is wonderful news that it not only has been retained by Pontefract Park, but also Pugneys Country Park, Anglers Country Park, Valehead Park and Hoare Park Wood. And what has surprised me very importantly is that I'm told people travel from Manchester to visit Pugneys Park, such is its esteem. We also now have a new ceremony room in the town hall, providing improved facilities for people. We are working with the registration and coroners department, which is praised, working with the Summer of Action, but more importantly, I'm engaged on an education information campaign so the public can understand what part they can play in our success, certainly when it comes to refuse management, the pickers that are in places like South Kirkby, bringing the public, removing those degrees of separation that the public feel that they are a part of our success too. So, Mr Mayor, I commend the Neighbourhood Services report to you.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Are there any questions? Councillor Ahmed.
The tackling on fly tipping in Agrig was a casework that I gave to the council. It took over, I think, 6 weeks for it to actually be actioned in the end. So I don't think Agbrig's the only area that you've identified in the whole of Wakefield. However, since you've identified it, how long should an elected member wait before action is taken place on an area of fly tipping that they've reported? What's a reasonable timescale? Number two, since this was done, what I would say about 6 weeks after it was reported, how many people were fined and what enforcement took place on those people? And before I finish, I'd like to say I think the identification of the area, I don't think it's the worst one, but no one should be fly tipping, but there are people fly tipping and they're making a habit of it, and that's just the way some people have decided willfully. I don't think it's a lack of knowledge or anything like that. Most of us sit in that tip on Denbydale waiting for hours, chucking stuff or pay for skips and items. So I'm not agreeing with any of the flying tipping or anything like that, but I don't think 6 weeks or 2 months or an email saying something like, oh, this matter is being investigated while there's 16 bags thrown in the middle of somebody's street is an acceptable time frame. So what is an acceptable time frame, and how much enforcement was done on this street, and how many people were fined?
Thank you for that, Councillor. With respect to the fly tipping and the response, as I've got to know my officers, I'm communicating with them directly, and I'm told generally when I've made that direct contact, they're getting out there, assessing it and clearing it within 48 hours. To my mind, I'm sorry if you disagree, that's the feedback I'm getting. I can only respond to you with the feedback I get from the officers. Okay? They have a difficult job. It has been made difficult for them in the past to enforce with a capital E. They're looking at the provenance, they're looking at the information that they need to prove who the fly tipper was. But I've asked that they do that. But more importantly, the people that are in the gangs doing the work from you know, our own Wakefield people, they're very upset. They're telling me that they want to see more enforcement. And I completely agree with you. And that is something I'm working to get the officers more engaged, more enforcement officers where they're needed. And yes, it shouldn't take 6 weeks, but in my knowledge of since my taking up the portfolio, I'm not seeing that to be the case. Yes, we've got fly tipping hotspots. We're trying and attempting to deal with that, but we've got limited resources. Unfortunately, neighbourhood services was seen as an easy cash cow, slash the budget. Well, what have I got? I've got an actual workforce that's diminished. I've got a workforce where it has not been planned with contingency for its important high needs like the beginning of summer. They're doing their level best. They've lost a lot of training. I've got repeat teams where they're not getting crossover. So one of the things I'm looking at is making that, or making those teams more efficient in their abilities, more efficient in their use of plant. So I expect things to improve. But coming back to that with respect to organisation, we're still working on a paper-based system. And there is an agenda item here later for the appointment of an IT officer. We see a lack of service provision purely because in many ways there are insufficient people. We're doing the drive, we're getting the people in. I can only do what I can do by virtue of my officers. And I know they're doing their level best at the moment, but I see a future where it will improve. Yes, I would like to have zero tolerance. The people at the front line have told me that, and that's something certainly I'm working toward, because no, there has not been enough enforcement, and I think there are a number of political reasons for that, which are not for this chamber at this time. But we must work forward, and I'm asking a great deal of my officers, which is difficult.
Councillor Ayub.
I just want to mention the Wakefield Wombles and the amazing work they do within the community, litter picking on a regular basis throughout the district. That's one example, but there's lots of other community groups and individuals that do it as well. I think I would like to mention in this chamber key people like Paul Neville, Kevin Herbert, Simon Fillingham, John Hewitt, Natalie Walton and John Clements, because they're out in all weathers doing the picking up of rubbish and needles and disposing of them as well. I do think we had to go at it as Labour to try and address the fly tipping, but I don't think we managed to. I definitely think there needs to be more investment in prosecutions when it's to do with fly tipping. I don't think there's enough prosecutions. I think people have got used to putting stuff out and then expecting the council to pick it up and not pay for it, and it's sort of created a bit of a culture. When I first got elected 4 years ago, I'd brought a display board of all the areas that in our ward, in East Ward, that were being dumped on. And if I remember rightly, it sort of started in 2008 and to the present day. And it was always being dumped in very same places in that ward. Policy had changed a number of times over them years. The street scene team worked tirelessly. Do you know, I don't know how they do it, do you know, to pick themselves up and go pick that same rubbish up from the same place. I definitely think there's a gap in that, and I definitely think that it could be a cross-party conversation that we have about addressing some of them issues. And I'm willing to work even with reform on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I certainly agree. We live and die by those voluntary organisations and the input that they have. Incredibly important, unfortunately. Because when I see the services, the care that those people have, doing the picking, doing the cutting, doing the clearance, who feel that the public are treating them poorly by the way they behave. That's why I'm absolutely for zero tolerance on this, even to the point where people are putting that bit of waste out in the front of their house. Oh, it'll magic away. No, that's fly tipping. That's absolute fly tipping, not acceptable. So I'm keen to address that. But more importantly is this information and education. We are all, every one of us in this room, are part of the problem, but also part of the solution. And I'm keen to get that message out, that little bit of pre-processing. I'm asking for the story of those pickers who pick through my waste to be told, because there's 0 degree of separation between us and them. That's key, that's paramount. And I think, yes, I completely agree. We're all part of this, and that's what I've got the support of my officers to fulfil that educational need and information and move towards zero tolerance wherever that might be.
Councillor Gurdon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Carter. Your help in the last 2 weeks has been absolutely superb, especially with some of the issues that I've had in Agbrig with fly tipping. But it was actually in response to a question from Councillor Ahmed. I've built up a fantastic relationship in the last couple of weeks with PCSO. I hope he doesn't mind me naming him here in the chamber, Robert Young, who covers Agbrig. And I've had an absolutely sterling result in regards to some enforcement. Your question, Councillor Ahmed, was around enforcement. We have a number of car dealerships in Agbrig that believe it's okay for them to leave.
Councillor Gurdon, you should not be asking questions of Councillor Ahmed. You should be addressing Councillor Carter.
Let me clarify what I was getting to there. So, Mr. Mayor, I've successfully managed to ticket a number of vehicles in Agbrig with the help of this PCSO in Agbrig. As a result of our relationship.
The process of fly tipping in general is mentioning a specific issue.
Yes, okay, thank you. You cannot mention casework in chamber.
Apologies for any mistake I've made there. The point is, I think it's very important that the councillors work with PAC meetings, they attend PAC meetings. I was upset to hear that a certain councillor hadn't attended the PAC meeting in Agbrigg for as long as the police there could remember, and by working together, we've got a good result, and the feedback we're getting from residents in Agbrigg is a massive thumbs up for reform. They're seeing a difference, the streets are cleaner, the cars are moving, people are happy. Thank you.
Councillor Hammond, are you raising a point of order?
That's not a point of order.
Right, so the fact is, it remains, he's spoken about something, he's mentioned in the council chamber, he's lied, and so that's the fact of the matter. As you won't even know.
Councillor Ahmed, you're well aware of the council procedure rules. Please respect the mayor when he's making rules on procedure. Please respect the mayor, Councillor Ahmed.
It works for everybody, it doesn't work for anybody at all. So the procedures are, he's mentioned me, I'm entitled to...
Councillor Ahmed, you know very well there's no right of reply in this part of the agenda. Councillor Ahmed, are you going to sit down and respect the mayor's ruling, or are we going to need to adjourn the meeting while you speak to myself and the chief exec? Mr Mayor, will you please adjourn the meeting?
Councillor Hayes, do you still want to ask your question?
No, Jean actually asked my question. I just look forward to the improvements and seeing them.
Okay, thank you. Right, that concludes... Sorry? You have a question?
To
For-
Councillor Carter.
To Councillor Carter. Okay.
It was just the Parks and Play Areas funding. I just want to know, has there been any change in that? Because I think there was £4 million allocated to Parks and Play Areas. And is that still as it stands?
In answer to that, the budgets haven't changed, but they're looking at the work programming. I've got lists there. I haven't slashed anything out of those budgets, but obviously we've said before, eat the elephant one bite at a time. Common sense on how those budgets are applied. That's exactly what we're doing at the moment.
Are there any more questions? Thank you, Councillor Carter. Moving on. The next report is that of the portfolio holder for Safer, Stronger Communities, which is Councillor Webster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to update Council on some of the work taking place across my portfolio to make Wakefield and the 5 towns a safer, stronger and more supportive place to live, work and raise their family. And I'd like to begin with our young people. I recently visited Dameroy Primary School to see the HMP Not For Me project in action. What really stood out to me during this session was how engaged the children were. They asked thoughtful, thought-provoking questions and were encouraged to understand the real consequences of crime and the importance of making positive choices. For me, this is what prevention is about. If we want safer communities tomorrow, we need to invest in our young people today. I am continuing to work to secure additional funding with the ambition of expanding this programme across all primary schools in Wakefield and the 5 towns over the next 2 years. Of course, prevention must be matched by action, and residents rightly expect us to act and tackle this behaviour where necessary. Tackling antisocial behaviour remains my key priority. We have seen another criminal behaviour order for persistent antisocial behaviour in Castleford, alongside fixed penalty notices for breaches of public space protection orders and against fly tipping. I also joined West Yorkshire Police on patrol, seeing first-hand the challenges our police force face and the work taking place every day to keep our communities safe. We are working together to tackle the misuse of electric bikes and scooters, combining education with enforcement where necessary. And throughout the summer, there will be a targeted activity in Wakefield City Centre addressing issues including street drinking, begging and breaches of the Public Space Protection Order. This message is clear. We will work with people and educate where we can, but we will take action where we must. But stronger communities aren't built through enforcement alone. They are built by people and by supporting those who bring our communities together. It was a privilege to attend Armed Forces Day at Pontefract Park, recognising our serving personnel, veterans and their families. Their service and sacrifice deserve not only our thanks, but our continued support. I'm pleased that since May, our Community Grants programme has supported 25 projects across the district. These grants support the groups, events and facilities that bring people together, reduce isolation and create pride in our neighbourhoods. Alongside that, Citizen Coin is encouraging more residents to volunteer and recognise the work of our dedicated volunteers across Wakefield. These initiatives matter because some of the strongest communities are built from the ground up by people willing to give their time and dedication to just go on and help someone else. And that sense of partnership is particularly important when it comes to keeping people safe and supporting each other. Over the last 6 months, Wakefield Safe Point has helped 179 people in our nighttime economy. That included 68 medical incidents, helping reduce pressure on A&E and ambulance services, and 54 welfare incidents, including support for people experiencing mental health concerns. But these simply are not just numbers. They represent 179 occasions when somebody needed help and somebody was there to help. I'm delighted that the new Pontefract Safe Point has now been launched, supported by night marshals and working alongside initiatives such as Ask for Angela. This is partnership working at its best, intervening early, protecting vulnerable people and making our town centres safer. That support continues not just in Wakefield Town Centre but across our boroughs through organisations working quietly but incredibly hard within our communities. I recently visited Community Cabin in Castleford, which provides safe, supported housing for vulnerable women. I also visited Focusing Minds in Ossett, supporting the mental health and wellbeing of young people who help families access support when they need it the most. These organisations remind us why it is so important that we listen to those on the ground. They know our communities, they understand the challenges people face, and they make a difference every single day, and I am very grateful. Finally, I want to look briefly at what comes next. We are beginning work around the possible extension of the Public Space Protection Order in Castleford, including consultation with residents, businesses and the police. We are also progressing our serious violence prevention work, including targeted education and work around knife crime. And during the summer
Thank you, Councillor Webster, for your report.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Speak.
Thank you, Councillor Webster. I just want to say thank you for coming across to Ferrybridge Community Centre and to support where you can. I just want to publicly say thank you, because I know we don't do a lot online where it's related to what we do here. So I have seen improvements since you've been. We're getting some more support from funding officers, and amazing news with Resilience Fund coming in, and hopefully can support some at CAN networks and what we put out to public as in support, which is all good news. And obviously the fact that it passed at Cabinet, all the work that the funding officers did prior, which they're always amazing. One thing that if you could possibly, we're struggling to know what's in our ward pots, what we've got to spend. If we could have, we normally know, how much we've all got and what we've got left and what we can spend, and it helps us make better assessments on what we're spending on. And at the minute we're a little bit in, there's bids going through, but we don't know what we've got. So if you could update everybody and then we know where we're at and what we've got and what we can spend it on, that'd be great.
Absolutely, and thank you for them kind words. I really appreciate that. The ward allocation money that I'm working with my head of service, we are looking not to review it, not to reduce anything, but we are looking at it. So as soon as I have that information, I will get that across to you. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dodd. Could you switch your microphone on, please?
Sorry. Is that working? Yeah. Apologies, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Webster. There's a significant concern around the future of the Community Grants Programme, and worry that the Council will cherry-pick grants and organisations that align more with the political values of the administration. Can Councillor Webster A commit that new grants criteria will follow the Council's statutory responsibilities under the Public Sector Equality Duty? B, commit to publishing the criteria for all applications in full? And C, commit to provide full written feedback to all groups and organisations who are unsuccessful in securing grant funding under the new criteria. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dodd. I'm not quite sure where you're coming from in terms of the new criteria. I know there's been a lot of things flying around on social media, but what I would like to reinforce is that that is not the case, and everything what you read on social media isn't true. The community grants portfolio remains open and applications will continue and be assessed as they always have been. That includes the Neighbourhood Improvement Fund, the Local Capital Grant Programme, the Community Infrastructure Levy Neighbourhood Fund, the Community Development Fund and the Food Bank Support Fund. Me and my team are looking and working with the voluntary and community sector about future thoughts for community grants, as we really value their support and input and experiences to help us look at potential changes. And when I say changes, I want to reinforce not around funding, around a streamlined approach. So when members of the community want to apply for grants, it's an easier process in terms of a questionnaire they might fill in that will lead them to the right application that they need to make, because there's been a lot of confusion for residents around this. In terms of publishing the criteria, we'll always be transparent as an administration, and that will be readily available upon request. And what was your last question, sorry?
It's around formal feedback to unsuccessful grants.
Absolutely. When someone puts an application in, there's always feedback as to why that's been rejected anyway, so that will remain the same and that will not change. Thank you.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Webster, for your report. I've got a few questions and a few points. My worry is ward allocations. Our communities officer has been in touch with us and talked about allocated pots of money that we felt, or I felt, that were approved by the Labour councillors before the elections. And then what I've had is I've been asked by the officers to approve them again. And I feel that's unfair, because them projects and them pots of money for ward allocations were allocated at that time. And I've had to send emails to say that this is me approving it and this is the other councillors approving it. So if you could clarify that for us about ward allocations and why we asked for approvals again for pots of money. That's one of my things. My other thing is that can you confirm that there is more support for those working on the safe points, given reports that staff are being abused on them at them times and in the city centre? So is there more support for them members of staff? And the other thing is that a few weeks ago, and I know you said don't listen to don't take on board everything you hear on Facebook. Well, it felt as though the police had to make a statement about the work that they were doing in the city centre, because it felt like Reform were claiming a lot of the community safety initiatives that were happening in the city centre. Can you clarify that for us as well? Why would West Yorkshire Police have to put out a statement sharing with the public about the initiatives that they've been delivering and doing as well? Thank you. Sorry.
So in terms of the ward allocations, obviously that is something the previous administration could have potentially got through before we came into administration, knowing that there was May local elections coming up. So unfortunately that is a mistake on Labour's behalf. In terms of more supporting our staff more, safeguarding our staff is an absolute priority. In terms of the support staff that work with our Safe Point bus, absolutely, their safety is our priority. There'll be regular reviews on safety and what we can do to implement that and manage that going forward. Your comment about police putting a post on Facebook, the police, as you'll know, have to remain apolitical, so I don't think it's anything to do with us not posting anything in terms of the police work that's going on the ground, so they felt they had to post a Facebook post. I think it's just, in actual fact, I think it's quite supportive of the police to put things out there and show what we're all doing, working alongside each other, multidisciplinary, not just in isolation.
Well, it didn't come across like that, but I like how you spun it. My question was if that could be clarified, the point about ward allocations, not that it was what Labour did or what you're doing. It just feels like it's not been cleared up with myself about what the position is. And as a portfolio holder, I'm asking if that could be looked into and clarity on that.
Absolutely, that can be looked into. And can I just clarify by that, assuming you mean in the allocation of funds to each ward? Yeah, and I can reassure you that that will be equally across Wakefield and the 5 towns. There will be no one favoured, as in the previous administration where money were mismatched. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Councillor Webster, thank you for your report. I would just like to ask if you've had any contact from any of the violence against women and girls groups. Sorry. I've had a few people contacting me saying that they've had no contact with the new administration, so I was just wondering if you've had any contact from these types of groups within the Wakefield district that do a sterling job, like people like, I would say, the Reclaim the Night, where they're having organising things where they used to speak to the administration before. Admittedly, it was a lot of Labour councillors. The resistance that I've seen is that they don't want people in this administration involved because we're not Labour. Just wondering if you've had any contact through those, and if you don't know now, please give me a contact later. Thank you.
Absolutely, we don't want any service to feel like they're forgotten. And as you can appreciate, you know, we've only just come into administration 9 weeks ago, and there's a lot of amazing charities and community support groups out there, and I'm doing my utmost to make sure that none of them go unmissed. And I would really appreciate it if you could send further details so we can arrange a joint visit to go out and meet them. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Johnson.
I just wonder if you can just clarify that, the meetings you've been having with the police regarding keeping our districts safe. I wonder if you could just clarify the meetings you have been having with the police about keeping our districts safe and what was said.
So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, partnership working is key to ensure that as communities are safe across the borough. Without multidisciplinary working, it's not going to work. We don't work in isolation. And over the coming weeks, I will continue to work with partner agencies. I have also, as I've previously read within my speech, that I've actually been out and spent the day with the police service to not just have meetings, but get a good grounding on what's going on out there. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Any further questions? Thank you, Councillor Webster. Moving on to the next item, the final Cabinet member, but not the least, I might add. The report is that of the portfolio holder, Strategic Housing, Skills and Business Growth, Councillor Wakefield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure everybody's glad that the last one is actually upon us. It's been said 1,000 times already, but public engagement is underway to help the future of the ridings determine what we're going to be doing with it. The aspect that I'm going to be looking at is from the business support point of view, because we've got lots of businesses in there. I try to speak to as many as I can, and my door's always open if anybody wants to speak to me about it. I do want to clarify that full support will be given no matter what happens on this consultation. We want them to also have their say, as everybody can, and every member of the public is available to do so as well. And I think what happens to them is particularly important to them, because they've offered reasons why they want to stay there, and I'm not going to make it a personal opinion because I don't want to influence anything, but I accept what they have to say. I've also been working on a range of initiatives designed to make a real difference for our communities, including introducing some new policies to better protect tenants in their private sector and creating a new initiative to shine the spotlight on the local businesses that help our economy growth. With regards to the supporting the businesses in the ridings, it is ongoing. We've got till the 2nd of August until you can finish it online, and that includes all businesses and people. In the meantime, the ridings is very much open for business. A key priority for the shopping centre management company is to maintain and improve footfall. And we are undertaking some initiatives where we can get more people inside. More footfall is better for all of us. It improves the city centre, it improves all the cafes around the city centre, etc. It makes life better for us. So we need to have people getting that in that city centre. There was a short-term interruption for the use of the escalators, which is it was a confusion around insurances and certificates of safety, etc. It was eventually resolved. It did cause us a bit of upset, but I am glad that they were back up and running. While I'm speaking about the businesses, and I know it's been mentioned before, and I just want to clarify a few things, because we've mentioned museums, we've mentioned libraries, whatever else we've mentioned. I think it's worth pointing out, if it brings footfall, I'm all for it. If it's a library, if it brings footfall, I'm all for it. Museum, whatever, I'm all for it, because if it brings people in, that's a benefit to all of us. It's a benefit to all the businesses, and it's a benefit to all the businesses in the city centre as well. What I must add is the feedback that I've got from speaking to businesses, nobody's actually mentioned that. I do welcome if anybody does want to mention it to me, and I'm quite open to give some of my views personally, but I'm not going to give them out publicly. So that's enough about ridings, I think. We are out with that for now, unless you want to ask some questions later. But protecting residents in the private rental sector, as we know, we've got rental, what is it? Rights Act.
Renters' Rights.
Renters' Rights Act, which is coming in. It has been coming in, and I did speak about this quite in detail and some depth last week when we had our streamed meeting, our cabinet meeting. I don't want to go into it too much, but it is happening. There's nothing we can do about it. So what we have to do is we can only play with cards we're dealt. So we're going to make the best opportunities we can for it. And we have made some proposals which have been taken on board. We, as a council, have greater powers now to tackle poor housing conditions and intervene earlier when issues arise. Key measures including stronger controls on rent increases and the end of no-fault evictions. What I do want to make a point about is the greater powers to tackle poor housing conditions is we've actually got a department now which will target landlords as a random basis. It's not going to be targeting a particular area, you're not going to know, but we have now got the opportunity to just turn up on your doorstep and check people's properties. And if they don't fall in line, where before we've given advice, now we're looking at fines. And I think it does need sorting out. I've actually volunteered to be a part of that team. If anybody wants to go out and when they make their visit, I'd like to be a part of that.
Thank you, Councillor Wakefield, for your report. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wakefield. Can Councillor Wakefield comment on the status of the recent Wakefield Futures Commission report into the district's employment and skills offering? This is an important report that came out last year, a major piece of work into the skills space in our district, something without which, without improving the skills space, our business growth is always going to be stunted. So in that report, for the benefit of members who, like me, are newer, according to Office for National Statistics' annual population survey, the district's skills profile is well below the national figures for working age population, with an NVQ level 4 and above qualifications, where ours are 37.6% of the population at NVQ level 4 and above, compared with Yorkshire and the Humber at 42, and ours are almost 10 percentage points behind the national figure of 47. The report recommends a skills training centre to provide skills development opportunities particularly targeted at upskilling and reskilling older workers in our population who remain in the workforce and yet do not have the skills that our businesses and business growth requires. The Commission's final report sets out a bold plan to drive the creation of thousands of high-skilled jobs supporting inclusive economic growth and long-term workforce development. To close Wakefield's productivity gap, which it estimates, based on the incentives of research, at over 533 million a year. 533 million a year productivity gap due to the low level of skills. To create thousands of high-skilled jobs across the range of sectors and create a new collaborative skills hub potentially named the Wakefield Future Centre. Has any progress been made against the targets in this plan, or has it been left on the shelf? Because it seems to me that if there is to be a Wakefield Futures Centre as proposed, to miss the opportunity to locate this in the ridings area and create what could be significant footfall would be a gross failure for the district and our future economic prosperity.
Councillor Dodd, thank you for that. It actually leads me to something that we're already doing. And I'd like to think that you'd welcome what we are doing. The low skills is a particular priority of mine because my own personal belief is that everyone, particularly young people, should have an opportunity to find some sort of training and to be offered a job. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to see. And as a consequence, we have already invested money. We've applied for grants where we can get more apprenticeships, along with, because I've also taken into consideration the fact that if we get apprenticeships for young people, and some people might have an excuse, not an excuse, but a reason why they can't attend because of childcare issues, etc., etc., we're already getting funds so that we can train childminders as well, so that we can get an extra issue, so that we're covered in that base as well. That's what we want to do. With regards to your older people and the younger people, so that we get the experience back in, it actually correlates exactly with what I've been promoting. And I can use the council workers as an example of that, and I've raised this many times, and we are looking at it with a view to implementing it. And that is when we get like your groundworks staff, your bin men staff and women, obviously, but when they're getting older, they're getting a little bit, like I can say, getting a bit arthritic, and you're struggling a little bit sometimes, and it's not particularly suitable for doing that. However, when we get people who are then sort of sitting to one side waiting for an operation on a hip or whatever, these are really, really skilled people. Really skilled people, because they're really skilled in the knowledge that they've built up over the years of actually practicing what they do. It's a great opportunity to upskill these people and get them to assist in training the new starters that we can improve. A, we're going to reduce our sickness levels, because we're going to invite people back into work and get them doing something else, so that they get away from all the hard work, what affects people's joints, etc., etc., so that we can then use their skills and abilities to impart their knowledge onto younger people who are coming through. And that's one of my particular aims. I hope that assists with you. Is there another part what you wanted me to talk about? No, I can't remember what your last part was, sorry.
My question was, what work is going on to take forward the proposals in the Wakefield Futures report? And I have to say, I'm not reassured by your answer that you're very familiar with it. That report very specifically says that it's not apprenticeship level, it's not entry-level skills that are the problem for the district, it is the older population. And that report also makes some very interesting, and this is my area of personal expertise, some very interesting and innovative proposals about how skills development can be taken forward across the district. It ends, or the report quotes, Andreas Schindler, I probably don't pronounce that name, who sets out a stark choice for policymakers around the world. He says, you have two choices. You can go into the race to the bottom, with lowering wages and low-skilled jobs, or you can try to win innovation and competitiveness. You can try to win it with innovation and competitiveness. In the long run, if you don't have the natural resources to sell, which we don't in our district, skills are the only way of competing. This is really significant for the prosperity of our district, and I strongly advise that the Council Cabinet has a close look at it and doesn't miss this opportunity to build a Wakefield Future Centre.
Can you give Councillor Wakefield a chance to answer your question, please?
Councillor Dodd, once again, I think what you're saying is actually really good, and I do appreciate you bringing it to the table. And I would like to sit down with you and discuss this, and I'd like to get your opinion and how we can work it together. This is for the benefit of the people of Wakefield. This is nothing to do with any party. It's something that we can work to do, and it can be a cross-party initiative. But I would like to sit down with you and discuss it and see how we can take that forward. Is that okay?
Councillor Reyes.
You've just talked about renters' rights. I'm just wanting to ask how many housing enforcement officers do the council employ? How many inspections and enforcement notices have been issued since the policies were adopted? And can I have a breakdown for what's happened in my ward?
The actual number of officers, I don't know, because it's something we're introducing. What's gone on before, I've no idea. I haven't a clue. But from what I'm getting, because I've got this Renters' Rights Act, I've got to deal with it. And the best way I can deal with it is to specifically target people who are not performing as landlords. I don't want to use the word rogue, but it does get bandied about a lot, but we need to do that. The number, it is one particular person within the department who will then get the team together. I don't particularly know. I don't know the answer to that, as to how many people are. As regards to timescales, I won't give you the timescale for the simple reason I'll just be turning up on your doorstep. Regardless. Not yours. Unless you're just a landlord. Does that answer your question as best I can?
Any more questions?
Councillor Ayoub.
Councillor Ayoub.
Thank you, Councillor Wakefield, for your report, and I'm glad you like my T-shirt, and I'm more than happy to get you on. Yeah, I'm more than happy to get one for you and the missus. As long as you wear it in the chamber, though. I just wanted to highlight the national announcement that Andy Burnham had made about a drive for school-based vocational education, and also what Simon Lightwood had also said on his Facebook post and other posts, that he was delighted to welcome a new package from our Labour government that will help create 200,000 jobs for young people and deliver the biggest boost to apprenticeships in a decade. And I just hope we can benefit from that in Wakefield as well.
I will tell it because obviously I've been to meetings with our Mayor of West Yorkshire recently, and one of the things that she's raised I totally agree with, and that is the introduction of the apprenticeships getting rolled out. People have got a right to work, they've got a right to a choice to work, and they've got a right to a choice. I actually echo what Tracy Bravin has actually said, and I actually agreed with what she did say, and I was quite pleased that I think we were on the same lines. At the end of the day, it's a benefit for people, it's not a benefit for a party. Okay.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Councillor Wakefield. That concludes the Cabinet members' reports. The next item on the agenda is item 9. It is to approve the salary package for the Service Director, Technology, Digital and Customer Services role. Is the report moved?
In the interest of time, Mr Mayor, I won't go into the detail, but I'll move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Is the report seconded?
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGreevy. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the report? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Patty? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on. Item 10 is to note the Treasury Management activities for the year ending the 31st of March 2026. Is the report moved?
The report's moved, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Report seconded? Thank you, Councillor McGreevy. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the report? Councillor Dodd?
In the reform campaign literature earlier this year, the current administration criticised the previous administration for the size of the council's debt. A figure of 335 million was quoted. Now, we all know that debt is something that quite often you take in order to invest. Most people who are property owners take out debt in order to buy property. However, reform is clearly concerned that this level of debt is far too high. My question is, what is the plan to reduce this debt now that reform are in administration? What is the level of borrowing that they're aiming for? And what is the timescale for achieving this?
Gillian?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just looking at item 10, agenda page 59, this is a backwards-looking report that the council is asked to note. So a question on that needs to be perhaps asked in another place. Thank you.
In the council agenda. The question has been received from Councillor Speak. Councillor Thomas, would you please reply to the question?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. So just to reiterate the question for anybody who's not aware, to ensure administrative clarity following changes to the way the Council manages equality impact assessments, what specific framework, toolkit or assessment process has officially replaced the rescinded EIA paperwork to evaluate future Council decisions, projects and grant allocations? So just to clarify, there has been no change in the approach to the equality impact assessments. You will have noticed that several were included in the papers that the Cabinet members have delivered.
Council Procedure Rules entitle the questioner to one supplementary question, but it must arise directly out of the original question posed or the reply given. Councillor Speak, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you. That closes that item. The final agenda item is to deal with any motions proposed by members. There are two motions on the agenda to be debated here today. Can I please remind members that no speeches, including the moving and seconding of the motion, may exceed 5 minutes. We will first take motion 1. Councillor McGreevy, would you please move your motion to council?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As we mentioned on a couple of occasions today, the Wakefield Council currently has a flag flying protocol. Wakefield Council believes that as a council we should be proud of our Indian heritage. We should no longer be hesitant about expressing pride in being British and what the Cross of St George, the Union Jack, the Armed Forces Day flag and the Yorkshire flag represents. For far too long recently, some groups have expressed that they feel uncomfortable or intimidated by our national flag, the British flag, the flag our forefathers fought and died under. It's important that we reaffirm that our national symbols belong to everyone, represent our shared history, identity and values. The Union flag, often known as the Union Jack, has a long and proud history. For clarity, it was first designed and approved in 1606, bringing together the flags of two kingdoms which were England and Scotland. The design we recognise today has been in place since 1801. It unites the symbols of England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. It has represented our nation for more than 218 years. For over 2 centuries, this flag has stood as a symbol of our shared heritage, our identity and the values of shared Britain. In recent years, however, we have heard concerns from some individuals and cultures who feel uneasy or intimidated by the England flag or the Union flag. While we acknowledge those feelings, it's important to reaffirm whenever I get it, that what these flags stand for. The Union Jack and the Cross of St George are not symbols of division. They are symbols of our history, our culture and the generations who came before us. It also represents the sacrifices made by our forefathers, the unity of our nations and the pride many of us feel in being British. Wakefield Council further believes, point 1, our council buildings are public institutions. They belong to every resident, regardless of background, belief or political view. Because of that, the symbols we choose to display on them must represent all of us, not just some of us. The Cross of St George, the Union Jack, the Yorkshire flag and the Armed Forces Day flag are the only flags that meet that test. Point 2. The flags of St George and the Union flag are our national symbols. They represent the constitutional identity of England and the United Kingdom. They are recognised in law, in tradition and in the long history of our country. These flags do not speak for one group or one cause. They speak for the nation. The Cross of St George has represented England for even longer. These flags have stood through wars, reforms and generation of change. They are part of who we are. Point 3. Wakefield Council buildings should only reflect unity, stability and shared heritage. Our national and Yorkshire flags achieve that. They are neutral in the sense that they belong to everyone,
regardless of personal views. They are not tied to political movements, campaigns or cultural debates. They are simply the symbols of our country. This Council believes to ask the Leader to update our flag policy to reflect that only the flags approved in this motion may be flown from public buildings owned and managed by the Council. I submit this report, Mr Mayor.
Sorry again. Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
I have to remind you that this meeting closes at 6 o'clock, all of you. So
Understood.
anybody wishing to speak, try and keep it brief. Does any member wish to speak on the motion? May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the motion under discussion or to a personal explanation or point of order. Councillor Dodd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Earlier in this meeting, the Leader said that the members opposite know what they're doing. I have to say, this motion makes me seriously question whether that's the case. This motion represents the worst sort of gesture politics and culture war by stealth, and I strongly recommend voting against it for the following reasons. But to be clear, I have absolutely no problem with the flags of the United Kingdom, England, Yorkshire, or the Armed Forces Day flag. But what this motion would do would be to force the Leader to outlaw a number of flags that I think we would find great difficulty justifying not being allowed to fly. So let me give you some examples. The flagpole at Featherstone Town Hall, which is managed by the Royal British Legion, would no longer be allowed to fly the flag of the Royal British Legion. They're going to love that. Flying the Commonwealth of Nations flag would be prohibited even on Commonwealth Day, the second Monday in March. Pontefract Castle, which flies the flag of the Duchy of Lancaster in recognition of the site's historical connection to the Duchy, would no longer fly the flag to celebrate this connection. What has Reform got problems with the Prince of Wales? Why would they not be allowed to fly the Prince's flag? We would be unable to fly the Merchant Navy flag, even if we wish to celebrate the courageous and often dangerous work of members of the Merchant Navy, such as we've seen recently in the Straits of Hormuz. Should our sovereign, King George, announce any requests for flags to be flown from public buildings, under this revised policy, which is proposed, this chamber supports, it would have to tell King Charles that Wakefield District Council will not be responding to his request because our policy does not permit us to fly any of those flags not on the list. To do otherwise would make a mockery of this motion or undermine the authority of this council. Should the district be lucky enough to receive a visit from a head of state of another country, we would not be able to fly the flag of that country in welcome. We would not be permitted to fly the NHS flag, even though the NHS is every bit as much a strategically important, valued national institution representing all of us that the Armed Forces flag is. Should we receive a visit from any of Wakefield's seven twin cities, we wouldn't be able to fly their city flag or the relevant national flag. We would not be allowed to fly the flag of another nation, as we were proud to do across the district when we supported Ukrainians in their war against Russia. Finally, Wakefield has its own flag flying there, hanging there to the left of the Mayor and the Chief Executive. Should the Council be lucky enough to be donated a weatherproof version of that flag, we would be prohibited by our own decision from flying that on our own town hall. Is this sensible politics? No, it's not. It's gesture politics. And everyone in this chamber and across the district knows exactly what signal this motion is setting out. It's a signal of division and exclusion. Seriously, is the controlling group going to focus its time and effort fighting petty culture wars instead of tackling the cost of living crisis? The people of Wakefield deserve better than this. I urge you to vote against it.
Councillor McGreevy.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Quite clearly, you've not even listened to point 2. Point 2 clearly said these
Councillor
flags...
McGreevy. No.
You're exercising your right of reply. That comes later.
I'll exercise my right to reply.
Okay. Councillor Ahmed.
Councillor will know that this is a motion that was raised about a year ago in this council chamber from me. And I think at this point, it'd probably be better just to slightly amend it and make that amendment, if it's possible, to acknowledge the concerns that the Green Party members mentioned. So we don't do that. But I think the idea of...
Councillor Ahmed,
yeah.
It can be withdrawn and brought back, but it cannot be amended.
All right, okay. I just thought just to help the process, you know, obviously, rather than delaying it.
Sorry about that.
I spoke on this, and I'll repeat the same things I spoke then, and for the people in this council chamber. I think all of us have probably travelled around the world, and I think in this country there's a general, not overt, but there's some people that are ashamed of allowing the flag to be displayed in the way that other countries display their flags. So if we go into US, as we know, it's in everybody's face, schools, etc. on there. So I raised the original motion, which is that I believe schools and children should be raised with the idea that they've got a unity around the flag, that they've got a stake in this country, they've come to this school, and they should be aware of these things, and that's what was important on there. I am concerned about the fact that you've said that some cultures, I don't think if there is a culture that is ashamed of the British flag and they live in this country, then they need to have a look at what their loyalty is and what once you've entered this country, you should abide by the rules that have been set here. You should follow the institutions, and they should be applied the same for everybody else. I've come here, I'm a second generation person here. My dad was here, first came to this country. I'm not dual national, so I will only hold one nationality, which is British. But I believe that the flag, the poppy, are symbols of Britishness, and they're symbols that have been eroded over the years by not those cultures, by those people speaking on behalf of those cultures, who are misappropriating those. And I mentioned a few incidents, the burning of poppies, etc., or Muslims are offended by poppies. You all know that the poppy is not a British symbol. There was a Canadian military physician, and Pakistanis and fought in the war. I'm going to read out names of people, and I had them on the phone, but I don't plan speeches because I want to speak off the cuff and say what I actually think, instead of determining something that's been written for me, or I've checked on ChatGPT, etc. So you hear what I actually think. There's Muslim graves in this country, in France, from Pakistanis. My granddad, from my mother's side, fought for the British. There was no attack on Pakistan. Pakistan, India was safe. They fought for the British Empire at that time. They fought amongst people from the Punjab regiment with British people, learned English from them, and knew what Britain was about. Same as the Caribbean people did. If you look at the history, Britain didn't fight wars on their own. They fought world wars, and people stood by them. They weren't ashamed of their country's flag, and the people they fought alongside were not ashamed of their country's flag as well, and they weren't ashamed of wearing the poppy. We need to get rid of that shame, because if we don't, then people do misappropriate the flag. They misuse it. But I'll assure you, I've not met anybody from my culture who was ashamed of that flag, because they showed it when England was playing. You know, that was the opportunity when people came out, had their England tops on, was coming out supporting the English team, because that's the only team that they know. Because they've grown up in this country, they've gone here, they knew the players, and we know, look at the diversity of the players. So I wanted to support this motion. I'm hoping there can be some amendments. I do not believe that any Muslim, and I don't want to speak for everybody because I can only speak for myself, would ever be ashamed of standing for this country, fighting for this country, and being loyal to the Queen. I don't know who King George is, but being loyal to the Queen, the King and the monarchy. That's what they knew. But if we go back to the elders, that's the conversation they used to tell us, was they liked the Queen, they liked the institutions of England. That's why they came here, because that's what they were asked to do. They didn't come illegally, they came legally. They landed on the airports and worked in this country and are buried here. So the ones that have passed away are buried here because they chose, otherwise they would have gone somewhere else. So I fully support any motion that brings the flag into schools, council buildings, and becomes a symbol of pride, so we can send a message to those people who are spreading that hate into young people, older people, that they should have shame of having that flag. That flag is everybody's, and if they don't like it, they need to, I'm not going to say go somewhere, because that's not my responsibility, but you've chosen to be in this country. Whether you're born here, whether you're not born here, this is your flag. It's a symbol of identity and unity.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Thomas, you reserve your right to speak.
Just before you do that, can I?
Yeah, go on.
Is it fine?
Go on.
Councillors, I've been talking to the Mayor about the fact that we're reaching the point at which the meeting would normally guillotine. I do appreciate Councillor Ayoub has indicated he wishes to speak, and technically, according to the rules, you've got 5 minutes. We also have a reserved right to speak from Councillor Thomas, a right of reply from Councillor McGreevy, and I'm anxious that we can not only get the vote on this motion in, but I can seek a very short adjournment to talk to the leaders about what happens next. So can I ask either that the remaining speeches are really brief, or that you consider that we've heard enough?
Councillor Thomas, would you like to have your right to reply? I think we've gone on far enough. We're going to run out of time. So.
No, thanks. I think in interest of time.
Right.
I think Councillor McGreevy would like a right to reply, though.
Point of order. Councillor Ayoub.
My point of order is that I didn't realise we'd set closing time for 6.
It's
I don't remember having any agreement or vote on that decision.
It has always been acknowledged that the council finishes at 6 o'clock. If you want an extension, then you have to vote for it, and then you stop here till you resolve the problems.
And I'll second that.
Want to do that?
Can we please adjourn, and I can speak to the leaders before we take a vote on that?
Right. Can you all remain seated while we adjourn the meeting, and the Chief Legal Officer, the Chief Executive, Carl, Councillor Johnson,
And Councillor Speak.
and Councillor Speak, would you like to step outside and discuss what goes on? to carry a vote for an extension? All those in favour of an extension, please indicate. You do realise you're going to be here until this problem is resolved, don't you? You could be having to send out for pizzas. So carrying on then. Councillor Hyatt, you're the next one to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to pick on some points that Councillor Rahman said, I rise to speak in favour of this common sense motion. I was born in Pakistan and came to Britain as an immigrant doctor to serve people through the NHS. I'm now a dual citizen of Pakistan and United Kingdom. I'm proud of my Pakistani heritage and equally proud of Britain, the country I call home. Coming from a Commonwealth background, I had respect for British values of democracy and the rule of law even before moving here. In most countries, it would be unthinkable for people to feel ashamed or afraid of flying their national flag. Politics can be divisive, but our national flags, our armed forces, the crown, the courts, or institutions and symbols that can unite people across different backgrounds, beliefs, and commonwealths, and common communities, So this flag doesn't belong to Reform Party, just to correct on record, or any party. Other parties are welcome to display the national flag as well. To me, nationality is more than a travel document. It is about belonging, contributing to society, and loving the country you call home. Some members will know that I have personally faced a considerable backlash for displaying our national flag. When my GP surgery was vandalized by extreme groups simply for standing up for our communities. At the same time, I was told that there is intelligence that my car may be attacked due to displaying England flag, which I had during the football matches. I was advised to remove it. I refused to do so. But having to make that choice was deeply distressing for me and my family. No one should feel threatened or intimidated simply for displaying the flag of their own country, a symbol of unity, belonging, and patriotism. I travel abroad regularly and have never encountered this kind of controversy. We do not need to even go abroad or far. When you go to Scotland, all Scottish buildings, all institutions, and even immigrant community there feel proud to represent and display Scotland flag. It is only in England, if you display the England flag, some people might feel threatened, which I think is unreasonable. Like some of my honourable members said, that what about the other flags? They still can be displayed, in my view, alongside our national flag, but they should not take priority on our national flag. So I proudly support this motion and urge all members to vote in favour of this. Thank you.
I just want to say what Mr. Hayat said wasn't right, because he said you could fly, he said you could fly other flags with the flags that they've already suggested. And my understanding is that the reform proposal is just to fly the 4 flags that have been mentioned and no other. And our argument is the other way. I'm going to put my glasses on because I've written a few things. I'm not as good as Nadine, who can do it off. I cannot support this motion because I feel as though it's divisive, it's racist, it's homophobic, and it's prejudice. And my reasons are, and I'll explain my reasons for it in that same way. No one should question our pride in England, Yorkshire, Britain, or our armed forces. Those flags have always had and should continue to have their rightful place. So let me make that clear. My great uncles all served in the Second World War, and one of my uncles received a sword of bravery from Sir Mountbatten. So, and that was a family thousands of miles away, serving the armed forces to help this place be safe. So that's the sacrifices they've made. Some of them soldiers also made the ultimate sacrifice from that village and lost their lives. So I don't want people to think it's not because we're not involved in all the other things. My dad came to England in the 50s, and he worked in the mills like a lot of first-generation people did that came to Wakefield. My dad and Nadim's dad worked together. Now, you know, when they arrived in this country, they were faced with posters in windows that said, "No Irish, no blacks, no dogs." That's what they were facing when they came. And in them days, the National Front used to go around packy bashing. And I remember when I was about 8 years old, when the police had turned up to our house because my brother and his friends had been jumped and got beaten up by the National Front walking home from work from the city centre in Wakefield. So that's the backdrop of the reason why I don't think it's fair just to show them 4 flags. If we're going to show flags, then we should think about the contributions that the whole of our communities have made. You know, that's everybody that's made them contributions. When my dad retired, he then continued working. He opened a shop in Clarendon Street. And you know, that shop in Clarendon Street was made up of a whole host of different people that lived there. There was Yugoslavians, and that was the Sessom family. There was the Polish community. There was the Mathries who lived at the top of the street. There was mining communities. The Mathries still live in that neighbourhood and live up Eastmore. There was the Boston family who now live on Pinders Heath. That's what my street looked like, and that's what, you know, if we're going to fly flags on civic buildings, then it should represent them. When my dad retired and decided to go back to the village in Azad, Kashmir, he built a road that connected a town to a village to a boys' school and girls' school. And do you know what he called that road? He called that road Wakefield Road. He called that road Wakefield Road because of how much Wakefield meant to him. Yeah? So when we're talking about things of that nature, that's what I'm trying to get across here. But this motion isn't about celebrating those flags. It's about stopping Wakefield Council from recognising the diverse communities that make our district what it is. Flying a flag for Pride, Windrush, Ukraine. We flew all them flags for Ukraine. Palestine. This was the only one of the very few buildings that flew the Palestinian flag to show solidarity with the Palestinian people. And other important occasions. Don't take anything away from our national identity. It simply says that everybody belongs.
Thank you,
and that
Councillor.
This council stands
Councillor Ryle,
for all its residents.
Thank you. You've had your 5 minutes.
I just feel as though if there was an amendment, I would support it, but I can't support it in this current
You've had your time. Thank you. Councillor McGreevy, have you got a point of order?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got a point of order.
Go on. Express your point of order.
There's two things here. We've obviously got Councillor Dodd, who's claiming that this party and this motion is causing division. It's not. And then, on the same point, Councillor
McGreevy, that is not a point of order. That is not a point of order.
Councillor Ryle, is that a point of order? Councillor Ryle is accusing them all of being racist.
No.
You have the right to reply when everybody else has spoken. You do have the right to reply afterwards.
I'll save my right to reply.
Councillor Hayes.
So, part of the section 3, where you're flying the flags, I'm pleased to tell you that me and Rachel have actually been paying for the Union Jack flag to be flown on the Town Hall at Nottingham. So I welcome the fact that you'll be paying for that if that's a council building. The motion, it asks us to bind his own hands, and I don't think it's a good way to do. I think that the better answer is a liberal one to keep to protocol and let the leader exercise case by case, making his own judgment and not having to carry on like this.
Councillor Chad Thomas.
There we go. I find it absolutely mad that we're the only country in the world that I know of that debates its own flag. Shall I stand up then? Go on. Well, I'll stand up. Can you hear me? Yeah. I just find it mad that we debate our own flag. Now, due to Wakefield Reform Watch's horror, I went to the World Cup. 48 different teams, 48 different flags. Do you think any other country goes, oh, we can't display its own flag to offend other countries and other people? No. They display it proudly. Went to Mexico, Mexican flags all over. We displayed our England flags. We loved it, we partied. We come together. Mexicans didn't say, oh, you're racist for flying your flag. We didn't say to them, oh, you're racist for flying their flag. I just find it mad that we're debating flying his own flag. It should be done anyway. And personally, we're wasting time displaying his own flag. It should be done anyway. And we should be talking about other things. And that's all I've got to say, really.
Mr Mayor, there's a number of people in the queue. It is open to you as Mayor to make a ruling that you have heard the for and against case, to take Councillor Thomas, who reserved his right to reply, to contribute to the debate, and Councillor McGrevy, who's got a right of reply, and then move to the vote. I'm not sure that any of the contributions are really moving the debate on, and I think perhaps taking the vote is a way to establish the will of the meeting.
Councillor Thomas.
No, I think anything I could say wouldn't move the debate on anyway, so I'll not comment anymore.
Councillor McGravy.
Can I have my right to reply, Mr Mayor?
You can have your right to reply. And do not introduce any new issues.
Sorry, Mr Mayor?
Do not introduce any new issues. Reply.
No, not at all. There's only 2 issues I want to address. Councillor Dodd, who's claimed that this party, by our flag motion, as Mr Thomas quite rightly just pointed out, it's not division. As I pointed out, he should have listened to point 2. These flags do not speak for one group or one cause. They speak for the entire nation. The Cross of St George has represented England for even longer. These flags have stood through wars, reforms and generation of change. They're part of who we are. If Councillor Dodd would have listened to that, she would have known that this does not create division. I'm going to leave that where it is. The second bit, to move on with Councillor Ayub, when he said we were all racist. I would point to clarify, I heard you accuse me and this side of the House as racist. The motion
just a minute, please. Can we have some clarification here?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We're at the point now where Councillor McGrevy is exercising a right to reply, and that's to points that have been raised in the debate. Councillor Ayub seems to be raising a point of personal explanation, saying that that has been misunderstood. I do not think it will help any of us if we decide to go back and look at that and see who said what. I simply suggest, Councillor McGrevy, that you are very brief in your reply and that we find out the will of the meeting through a vote.
I take on board what you've said, Mr Mayor and Gillian. However, I'd just like to point out, irrespective how Councillor Ayub phrased it, whether he said it was the motion that was racist, whether it was I who was racist, or whether he was saying the party was racist. I'll clarify, I'm insulted and I'm not happy.
If you wish to make a complaint afterwards, you may do so.
I most certainly will, Mr Mayor.
Right, start
Right.
from there.
Can we now go to the vote, please? Please show all those in favour of the motion. Thank you. Any abstentions? Any against? Sorry. 2. Any abstentions? 3, 4. Motion carried. Thank you. We now go on to take motion 2. Councillor Dodd, would you please move your motion to the council?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Council, for agreeing to extend this meeting. So this motion is about asking the Council to use powers already given to local authorities to address the problem of vacant retail units across our district in all our high streets. It's a proposal which I believe will make a big difference to our high streets and make considerable improvements for our shoppers, our small businesses and our community groups. It will return our high streets to the thriving places that residents across our district miss. This motion is not, however, about tackling landlords. It's about tackling long-term empty shops, those which have sat empty for more than 12 months. We've seen these units across our districts. Residents complain about these units repeatedly. I'm sure you've all heard this concern. Empty shops let down the look and feel of our high streets, leaving our places feeling depressed and neglected. Filling empty shops also helps existing businesses. A high street without closed or boarded up units is a welcoming high street. It's where people want to shop and visit, and it also deters antisocial behaviour and crime. Around 1 in 7 high street shops in England is vacant. In some high streets in our district, that figure is much higher, more than twice as high, according to local data company figures. It's no wonder that Wakefield districts routinely say that the high street and town centre decline is one of the biggest issues facing their areas. This issue regularly comes up on the doorstep in casework, in conversations, and came up in consultations that the Green Party did preparing our manifesto earlier this year. The challenge for this council is to change the incentives for commercial landlords so that keeping shops open rather than keeping them shut becomes the default. Acting on the legislation available to them will do exactly that. Many local authorities have used this legislation to encourage and, where necessary, put pressure on landlords of vacant shops. They rarely find that they have to use the full force of the law, but they are enabled by using referring to this legislation to drive improvements in their high street and economic prosperity. Mostly just knowing that they could be forced into an auction of their retail unit to let a tenant who will pay the most and is enough to get the landlord to make the premises a more appealing unit to rent, or indeed to sell the premises for what the market will fetch to someone who will turn it in to productive use. Time and again, residents talk to us, I'm sure you'll hear it through the consultation, about how well Barnsley Council has managed to lift up its high street and what a vibrant, pleasurable place it is to visit and do business. Using this legislation is one of the ways in which Barnsley achieved this. Why would Wakefield not want to enjoy similar success? If landlords will work with the council in finding new uses for empty shops, then we should welcome that. If not, the council should use their powers to the full. It's been said that there are not enough retail units around to fill the empty shops, not enough retail businesses around to fill the empty shops, and that business filling them may go bust. And I would say that that's a really negative attitude to take about the business community and our district. It should not be tolerated. Rather than putting up with this pessimism, the Council should be encouraging and supporting local start-up businesses and community enterprises. But also, units don't have to be filled by retail. This motion provides opportunities for other people to move into high streets, including voluntary and community groups, enterprises like a drop-in centre for new mothers that one of my residents is looking for premises for, board games, cafes for young people to spend their time doing something now that so many youth clubs have closed down. I urge you to vote for this motion to support and benefit our high streets. Our businesses will benefit, our communities and shoppers will benefit, and our voluntary groups will benefit. Fundamentally, our places will benefit. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Thank you, Councillor Ayub. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll speak now, if that's all right.
Very good.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Kate for proposing this motion, because I think it's more of a sensible motion and looks at the benefits for Wakefield and Wakefield people, not the reform previous motion, which with everything going on in Wakefield, they decided to do a flags motion. How silly is that? I'm pleased to second this motion. Our high streets are the heart of our communities. They should be places where people shop, meet, support local business and feel proud of where they live. But we all know the challenge we face with empty shops across our district. Residents regularly raise concerns about the decline of our town centres. We can see this challenge in Wakefield city centre, including the ridings. It has been an important part of our city for generations, and its future matters. Bringing empty units back into use must be part of creating a vibrant places where people want to visit and spend time. This motion is not about attacking landlords. It is about using the powers available to us to encourage long-term empty properties back into use. That can help new businesses, community groups and social enterprises, creating jobs, bringing more life back into our high streets. Other councils, including our neighbours, I think Kate's mentioned this already, in Barnsley are using these powers to tackle empty shops. Wakefield should be ready to do the same. I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ayub. Councillor Thomas has submitted an amendment to the motion. The amendment has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Thomas, would you please introduce your amendment?
We'll get you on, Councillor.
3.
Andrew's going to come round and provide Councillor Thomas.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, we're not in disagreement that we need to bring our towns and cities back to life. We need to encourage businesses to come in and use these empty retail units. However, currently, we don't fully understand the main driving forces behind the vacancies, or why Wakefield is seeing above average vacancies. So this and that lack of understanding is not something that benefits either residents, businesses or landlords. So we need to understand the reasons before going down one particular avenue of getting this resolved. So as part of the delivery plan for the leader's 10 key priorities, Reform Group is already looking at the feasibility and benefits of high street rental auction powers. And it's also important to note and understand that the Council's the previous administration's decision to intervene in the ridings may have also driven uncertainty with landlords across the district. So, rather than going down one route, what we are proposing is that we ask the Chair of the Regeneration and Community Scrutiny Committee to undertake a piece of policy development work listening to the views of residents, landlords and businesses, most importantly direct and constructive interaction with the landlords. And then to report back to the Cabinet within 6 months on the costs and benefits of using the powers, with recommendations whether, and if so, where to use these powers for the benefit of the district. So I move my amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Is the amendment seconded?
Yes, Mr Mayor, it's seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Girding. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll reserve my right to reply later in the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Dodd.
I'm obviously very pleased to know that this is something that Reform supports in principle, and members of this chamber, if you're wanting to get home and wondering why you're still here so late, need to know that it didn't need to include an amendment. I did make an attempt earlier today to try and get a composite motion with the amendment included, but that was not something that Reform was prepared to accept. Now, I have to say that, yeah, there's some words that have been added in this amendment. There's not a problem. Sorry, I can't hear. It was rejected by Reform. I can't hear what you're saying.
Thank you. You can't introduce amendments to amendments or amendments to motions at this stage. What you do have the ability to do is to make an alteration to a motion but not an amendment. That would have left us in a position in which we would have had to reprint the entirety of it so that everybody knew what they were voting on, and my understanding is that that is why the advance was rejected. The way on a motion to understand the will of the meeting is to take a vote.
Point of order. So when we put our motion in and the amendment got sent back to us, my understanding was that if you could clarify what the timeline of that should have been, because we didn't receive anything from Reform or from yourself until Tuesday. That was yesterday. And I thought that should have been on Monday.
So the text of a motion needs to be with me in finalised form, which is assessed against the procedure rules, on the Monday of the week prior to the council meeting. It is then published in the agenda on the Tuesday, so that's the week before council. An email goes out to all members saying that the agenda has been published with links in it, and it is available online for everybody. The deadline for submitting an amendment to the motion is Monday of this week at 5 p.m. So the earliest that the email went out saying that there was an amendment to the motion is Tuesday. It went out in accordance with normal principles. None of those rules have been changed.
Councillor Johnson. Sorry?
Can I finish what I was saying?
So what?
In response to this amendment,
Yeah.
can I just say, yes, it waters down the scrutiny, but at the end of the day, the scrutiny that matters will come from the residents of this district who have been complaining about this problem for a very long time, and this recent legislation is now something that Reform can either choose to use or to ignore. It isn't something that can be kicked into the long grass.
Councillor Johnson.
I want to welcome this, but I would like to say this. It's amazing you do actually propose this when it's actually my top 10 economic plan that's been distributed and I'm going to announce next week. So maybe you've got a little bit more reforming even what you actually think. And I'll say another thing as well. You've just said residents have been demanding it for a while because, let's be honest, we're now here to deliver these top 10 economic growth plans, and you've just ticked a new one off and given us a hand helping it. So I want to say thank you so much, and let's get this moved on, and let's go back to business, because the businesses up and down nationally are being hit so hard with taxes, and a government that hasn't listened and still will never listen. We need a change of government. Thank you.
Any further? Councillor Ahmed?
Speaking on the amendment, I think obviously there's been a number of changes on there which does water down the original amendment. So that, you know, in terms of the chair, chief executive and corporate director, I don't think the regeneration, as much as brilliant as they are, would have the same powers, same importance that the original motion intended to do. But overall, I think it's important that everybody agrees in this council chamber that we want to, not just Wakefield City Centre, but there's other city centres, there's other towns, Castleford, Pontefract, that, you know, that they all improve, or Nottingley as well. You know, but it's important that we, as elected councillors, represent the whole of Wakefield, whatever area we are. We want to see more people coming to the city centre. But I think the important point was made, we do know the reasons actually. Most of us here probably shop online 50% or 60% of our time. When's the last time somebody actually went into the ridings from here and purchased something? You know, so 3, 4. You know, what I'm trying to say is most of us, the only time somebody probably pops into the ridings is they've done an online order from Marks and Spencer and they're going to collect it. Or, you know, there's about 2 or 3 shops. And it's just as easy for people to go to Leeds, 20 minutes from Sandal-Agbrick train station. So Wakefield has a unique set of problems. Some are national problems, some are local problems. And some of them we're not going to be able to resolve. The online shopping, we can't compete with that. Amazon next day delivery, who's going to compete with that? You don't have to even walk into the city centre. Free parking, out-of-town shopping centres, White Rose, Meadowhall, York Outlet, they're all within 20 minutes, 30 minutes driving distance. So if those things are considered and looked into and look at how Wakefield will move forward as a city centre, is it going to be more houses or apartments or whatever you want to call it, or do we, you know, more leisure spaces, etc. There is no university in Wakefield. We don't have, if you look at Leeds, you'll see that in August, the last 2 weeks of August, the influx of students in there will make the whole city centre move forward. And Wakefield's never had a university. It had Bretton Hall a long time ago. Nobody thought it was important to lobby or do anything important on that. But in here, in the council chamber, we have to, I said it, Councillor Johnson said it, we have to give the administration the opportunity to make these changes. I think it was a bit premature bringing the motion in this early. If it had been 6 months down and you hadn't done anything, then it probably was right to bring the motion forward and say nothing's been done. So we have to give time for these people, and if it's wrong, and we can criticise them if they're doing the wrong thing. But I will support the motion because obviously everyone seems to be in agreement at the moment, but it's just, I'm supporting it for the sake of Wakefield, really.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Councillor Speak.
Councillor Speak.
I think Councillor Ahmed's just covered me, really, and included us in. And not only on Ferry Bridge, in our town, there's more shutters down than up in rows of shops, which brings a community, an economic problem, a safety problem when you go in them areas. I think I am going to support the motion, but I'd just ask one thing from the leader is that, again, all parts of the district are included. Thank you.
Councillor Ayub.
I do think point 10 is petty. I don't think there's any foundation to say that. I will be supporting the motion. I will also be reminding people that the leader of Reform said no to a museum for Wakefield as well.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Gurdon, you reserved your right to speak later. Would you now like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just very briefly. It's very, very important that we recognise that landlords are also business owners as well. And it's very, very important that we must communicate with these landlords before we bring the full force of this very powerful law down. So I was absolutely supportive of using the laws and the powers available to us, but I think the amendment is just softening the wording slightly so that we don't alienate very important landlords and business owners in Wakefield, and we bring them with us rather than making them the fault for what is, as highlighted by the councillors, a national issue and more complex than just expensive rents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gurdon. Councillor Thomas, as mover of the amendment, do you wish to reply before we take the amendment to the vote? In exercising your right to reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, we are not against using the powers in the original motion, but within the original motion, where is the cost-benefit analysis? Where is the evidence that this would bring Wakefield back to life and Castleford and Pontefract back to life? So all we're doing is putting an additional step in, which has already been planned as part of the leader's top 10 priorities, to analyse the cost and the benefit of using the powers before we head down this route of using these powers. But like I said, we are absolutely not against it. We just need to do some more analysis before heading down this route.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. We will now take the amendment to the vote. To clarify, this is to determine whether the amendment from Councillor Thomas should now become the new substantive motion. Please show all those in favour of the amendment. Anyone against the amendment? Any abstentions? Right, that's carried. Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the new... Sorry. Does any member wish to speak on the new substantive motion? No? No one? Councillor Thomas, as the mover of the new substantive motion, do you wish to reply before we take the motion to the vote?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Please show all those in favour of the motion. Yeah. This is for the amended motion. Yeah. Please. Please show those against the motion. Any abstentions? Thank God. That is unanimous. That is carried. Thank you very much. And that, colleagues... Pardon?
We need to just wait.
And that, colleagues, was the last item on the agenda. Thank you for your attendance. Before you go, I want to introduce a new rule to Council. Anyone whose phone goes off during the meeting will be required to pay £5 into the Mayor's Charity Fund. Thank you very much. I now declare the Council meeting closed.